Hello. Hello and welcome. It's me, Odira Onu. Today we are going to look at the impact of education versus apprenticeship. Just gonna wait for a few more people to turn up. It's going to be hopefully an engaging one. Hopefully people can hi Stonegate. Hopefully people can join in. Let's have this conversation. Hi African Prince. So I want to talk about the impact of education versus apprenticeship in Nigeria. Odumeje said something, Prophet Chukwuemeka Odumeje said that we are all illiterates. And I believe that I agree with him. Because at the end of the day, with all our degrees, our masters, our PhDs, what exactly have we achieved? So I would like today to be more like a conversation or a debate. What do you think? Because personally, I believe our education is flawed. I believe our education was meant to keep us on a particular level. I believe our education was meant to just help us make money, make a living. Not to make us rich, not to make us wealthy, not to make us innovative, not to make us solve problems. Our education is just to make us feel good about ourselves. And that's why somebody will come and tell you, do you know who I am? I am a graduate. Do you know who I am? I am a doctor. Even those who are giving honorary doctor will just add it to their names, just to brag, just to have relevance in the society. So mainly education is more like a statue, People use it to feel good about themselves. And when you come to impact, when you come to society actually benefiting, you will see that people that have benefited the society, or people that the society have benefited from, are actually not educated people. Don't get me wrong, there's a place for educated people in the society. I mean, without them, you can't have the banks, the nurses, the hospital, you can't have all those lawyers and stuff. But if you think it deep, hi kid, if you think it deep, who carries the society? It's the businesses. If we look at Nigeria today, I don't know how educated Dangote is. I don't know how educated Allen Onyema is. I don't know how educated Innocent is. All I know is that he didn't even go to school. So that shows you that apprenticeship makes more impact than education. A lot of things that you'll find in the market today are people who probably went to China and asked them, oh, I want this particular thing, I want that particular thing. And that's probably why you will go to the market and you find that thing. Our education in Nigeria has a ceiling. You get to a particular level and that's as far as you can go. Just get a job, keep working. Our education does not make us entrepreneurs, does not make us capitalists, Because for all those banks that you work for, all those oil companies you work for, it was somebody's venture, it was somebody's investment. But how long are you going to work to make that kind of money? Most people working in banks see a lot of money pass through their hands, but it's not their money. You have to do accounts every day before you close work. You have to check and balance and make sure nothing is missing. If anything is missing, they collect it from your salary. Same goes for those who work in the oil company. Those that work in the oil company can go onshore, offshore, make a lot of money, But they cannot really make any decision about their national assets, the crude. They cannot say or have a say, even though that oil is from Nigeria. You cannot control who buys that oil, how many barrels you say. You don't have any control. You are there is just to get your money and go. So you are just workers. And that's what our education has managed to do to us. And that's why if you come to the UK, for example, people don't really take education serious anymore. Although government made it free for them. Although government actually pays them to go to school. These days, not so much. Government don't usually give them so much money these days. There was a time, if you want to do nothing, they will give you bursaries, grants, free money, beg you to go to school. Now Nigerians have, influx of Nigerians taking over all those jobs. So they have to stop giving all those nursing bursaries and stuff. You have to actually go and collect a loan now. Hi, Onyeka. Hi, Peter. So why am I saying this? What is the true impact of education? Once you start working in an already established business and structure, they assign you to a manager. Oh, personal. We came second, my brother. I don't know who is worse, Chelsea or Man U. The way they yab me amongst my friends, I think Chelsea fans are the most to yab us, but even Man U now don't they get mouth. I remember some years back when they didn't have mouth. Ordinary FA Cup where they win, you're not going to let person hear word. So, you will see that what we are very good at and what they come and tell us and make us feel like we are smart. Oh, amongst all the doctors in America, a whole lot of them are Nigerians. But how many Nigerians have the robots that built the robot to do surgery, not to use the robot? Thank God we won the FA Cup. Okay. I hear your God on the leave. Ten Hag is leaving. Arsenal all of a sudden are now wearing their jerseys again. Not really. We came second last year, second this year. I'm not impressed. I still want Arteta out. Although some people might disagree. A lot of fans still like him, but for me, I don't settle for mediocre. I don't think by any means Arteta can beat Pep. You can't. Exactly, You see, Arsenal's situation is similar to what I'm explaining. You cannot outclass your Oga. So, the Oyibos that gave us this education told us what we are supposed to read and then we become a doctor. Told us what we are supposed to read and then they say we are an engineer. But we don't know nothing at the end of the day. We produce so many engineers that cannot solve any problem. We produce so many. You see, like I said in one of my lives, I said, they know what we want. Look at what they are doing to Ghana now. They are going to beg Ghana. They are begging Ghana to go and build nuclear this thing. If Nigeria said they want to build nuclear plant, first of all, they go even give us sanctions. Do you understand? They will give us sanctions. But they're doing it for Ghanaians. Right? So this is the problem. They know what we need. They know that what we need is refineries, plants. We have the market, but no. Instead of them to build a refinery for us, they will lay pipe from our drilling, what do they call it again? Where they drill the oil. They will lay pipe from there all the way to Belgium or anywhere in Europe to go and refine it. Take our fuel, our crude to Singapore. That's the same thing they are doing to Niger. Why not build a refinery in Niger and use your ships to come and buy it? You rather take that crude all the way from Niger, that is in the case of the Chinese, to wherever they are refining it, only to bring it back again and now sell it back to Niger. And one might argue that they've done it as a transaction. We'll give you infrastructure, we give you all of this. In exchange, you give us crude for 10 years. So Niger now will have to go and buy back the product. And our myopic leaders will have to sign. Do you know the reason why they have to sign? Because there is no local equivalent. All those people bragging that they are oil company workers, they are bragging because they get millions every month. But little do they know that had they been there smart enough, they could actually come together with our professors in the university, figure out how to build refineries. Even if you have to hire some expatriates, hire some expatriates, and then drill our own crude by ourselves. I'm saying this to say, when Odumeje said that most of us are illiterate, it is true. You go to primary, pray to pass your common entrance. You go to secondary, fight to pass your WAEC. You go to university after many trials. You write WAEC, you write JAM, you write pre-science, whatever. Post-UME. You get admission. Spend 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. Most of the time, your project, your paper is burnt at the back of university. You go and bind it, do all these things, you're writing project. After all those stuff, and nobody cares, they throw it away. We don't even have digitalized way of submission in Nigeria, even as of 2024. You see, not the other day when we were discussing this, my Blaze came and said, one faculty of engineering, their dean said, go and buy me generator. He wrote the KVA for them to buy. So their project was just to go and buy it from the market, submit this thing, submit the generator, and you pass. Oga was doing business with the students, and because you want to pass, so you can go and get job in an engineering firm or in a bank, because Nigeria has one of the most stupid way of recruiting labor. Even to the federal. Your CBN governor does not necessarily have to be an accountant or a bank manager. Your Minister of Agriculture could be somebody that read something absolutely out of point. Master, you want block X again. So, why is it that our education is a mockery of itself? It's probably people like doctors and lawyers that have to study what they are practicing. Anybody can, because most of the cases as well, wait, other than you get haircut, Abi, now waiting they look different. No, I think it's because I shaved my beard. That's why I have a little bit of a different look. So you see that on its own, our education is flawed. Now, most people, when you want to apply for what you want to really study in Nigerian universities, 80 or 100% of the time, they don't give you what you want. If you say you want to study medicine, they will give you agriculture. Because the faculties that provide these main courses have a limit to how many numbers they can take. And because so many people are not taking in every year, because it's the same number of universities. So Nigerian population is growing like this, but our universities are stagnant. So if our university capacity is 8,000 in 2001, in 2024, our population has gone to probably 300 million. But the university can only still take 8,000. So the volume of people who are still applying for medicine, and everybody wants to do all these key courses, medicine, engineering, law, and all of those things. So they will not have the space. So what they will do is they know ordinarily nobody will take social science. Nobody will take anthropology. Nobody will take zoology, even though we don't have zoo. The one we have, the animals there, are dying. We don't even understand the courses that we are teaching. Yeah. So that's what we are saying. Even the ones that are good, even if you went to private schools, even if you went to the best schools in Nigeria, you are coming out at best service level. That's why the people that have managed to build things that are impacting Nigeria on a national scale are not people that went to school. This is also applied in America as well. The Elon Musk, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Bill Gates. These are dropouts because educational system is for all. So your educational system is not to make you exception. That's why I don't like reading books. If I read book, it's just to pass. Because what is a book? A book is somebody's personal knowledge that he's written down for you to do. So unless you really believe that person knows what he's talking about. In fact, most authors, right? If you tell them to write the same book they've written 5 years after they've written it, most of the things they've wrote, they will write it better because you pick knowledge as you are going. Not to say if you are somebody that like reading, don't read. You know, there are so many books, unless you're writing fictions, right? But most things these days, you notice that there is always an update, because there's discovery every day, both in the medical field, both in the practical field, so many places. So why am I saying this? If you look at innocent dropouts, you look at Allen Onyema, nobody knows the school he went. Even Peter Obi, third class. Dangote, we don't know the school he go. Otedola, maybe he went to school, but now in papa money he takes start. Adenuga, taxi driver. So maybe they went to school, but for you to be somebody that thinks out of the box, you don't need to follow trend. You don't need to. You see, most of us go to school to have a baseline. When you have a degree, it's not the climax. People think it's the climax. No, it's actually the bottom, it's the least. You do masters, maybe you have a little bit of an edge. That's why people do masters, so they can have. But most people dwell on it as a job search edge. So that when 20 people apply, when you have a master's, you can top them. Do you understand? Now, I don't care about PhD. Once you go PhD, you become a teacher. So, because you become an authority in the field, so to speak. So, but the problem is, the government's supposed to meet with these professors or these educational institutions to bring about innovations, but that doesn't happen. Whereas elsewhere, that's what happens. So there's so many products that the universities bring out and give to the government that you will see actually this thing belongs to this school. This thing was produced. Do you understand? So that is what education elsewhere is. And in terms of producing independent individuals that bring change, you have to give it to apprenticeship. Because the apprenticeship that Cosmas Maduka was saying something, he said that give 1 million to a graduate and give 1 million to somebody who just finished apprenticeship. He said that 80% of the time, the apprentice will use that 1 million and convert it to 10 million. Whereas the graduates, we don't know what happened to that money. And I don't think anybody can argue what he said. These things you guys are saying about Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and co. being dropout is fundamentally wrong. Kid, you can correct me. Let me hear your opinion. I was going to study and read about Chinua Achebe, as I like some of his books, but I will take advice and not read it. So Chinua Achebe, like I said, is giving fictional stories, right? So if you're reading books about fictional stories, you know, reading is like a hobby, excuse me. But if you are reading, so let me give it in a context so you guys will understand what I mean. I went to school, I read Ababio. If I ask how many of you who read Ababio or college biology, you will see that most of us read the same thing. If you go to school now, 110% of the time, they are still reading the same Ababio. Do you understand? The first 20 elements that was then that we were reading, it's not the same now. They've discovered elements. But have they imbibed that update into that textbook? Maybe, maybe not. So that's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to bring out is fundamental purpose of education. That education is just meant to give you a degree. So you go to primary school because of common entrance. So you get your school cert. You go to secondary school because you want WAEC. Right? You go to university because you want a degree. You go again because you want a master's. You can go again if you want a PhD. So that's what I'm saying. But to what end? To come and earn salary, or to come and become independent, or to come and bring about innovations. That is what I'm talking to, or that's what I'm speaking about. So in Nigeria, you have a whole lot, millions of educated people. And when I'm talking about Nigerians, I'm not talking about just people in Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigerians even in diaspora. Nigerians who think they are well-traveled, right? Nioski. I don't know why I wore this shirt. You guys are distracted by my shirt. So, it's not essentially going to school to come and feel good and I'm working for this person and earn salary. That person you are working for, if you check and well, if you don't even go to school. Which one I don't go enjoy myself? Enjoy myself for where? You understand? You see, when we talk about nation building, don't expect Tinubu to build you. As far as Tinubu, I've said this thing before. As far as Tinubu is concerned, he's a fulfilled man. A lot of rich people in Nigeria want to be in the shoes of Tinubu, just to be a president, and enjoy it that in the history of Nigeria, whether Yakubu gave it to him or not, he is the president of Nigeria from 2023 to 2027. Do you understand? Now, it is now left for us to carve a niche for ourselves in the society. So how then are we doing these things to achieve these things? That is the main point. Just bear with me, guys. What is it? So, how then do you make yourself to achieve so much more? I can't use Tinubu as a good example because his life is not pure. But let me use someone like Adebayo Ogunlesi, the guy that used to own Gatwick. That guy is a good example of education that impacted, because he went to school. He went to good schools, Oxford, those schools, Ivy League school. Then he went into, capitalism, refused some jobs and went into capitalism, and it worked for him. So he's a class of his own. Do you understand? He used this knowledge, combined it with business, because what they don't teach you in school is that everything is business, including the school you are in. Your university is also business. They get money from you, your school fees, government money, and then they give you a service. They teach you from their head. So it's like white collar job anyway. So it's either you are making money from knowledge or you are making money with money, which is business. But ultimately, they are all business. If you're making money with money, it's called trading. But then if you're making money with head, it's service, right? So, but the most important thing is that when you come to people that provide what society needs, if I come to Nigeria now and I say, okay, I want solar, two things. It's either I get that solar from a Nigerian inventor who has managed to turn that invention to a commercial business, or I get that solar from a businessman who has outsourced that product. And that's where the apprentice fall in. So the apprentice is supposed to be bridging the gap between the inventor and the customers. But whereas the inventor is not doing what he's supposed to do, the apprentice or the businessman will outsource it from anywhere in the world and bring it. So that product is there for the customer. That's why, if you look at most families, that the firstborn will say, I did not go to school, so my younger ones will go to school. Most of the times, the firstborn will be richer than all those ones that went to school. Just pause and think about it. If you check those families, maybe they lost their father on early age, and the firstborn, whether male or female, did not go to school. Most times, the firstborn will still have more money than those ones that went to school. That's why even in the UK here now, if you say to a youngin to go to college, they will say to just go and incur debts, £13,000 for 4 years, and you come out and do what? When he could be making the same money. Now, this is the caveat. Education will give you soft life. Like, for example, now, I must be very honest, I have soft life, right? I work from home, from the comfort of my house. Compare me to somebody who is a plumber, who have to get from A to B, do a hard labor, and then come back home. Yeah? But my income compared to a plumber or even a business owner can never be the same. They will always be above me. Are you getting it now? Now, if I'm smart enough, or if I have the skills to also do business, I could start a side hustle, which is why everybody will say, oh, do business. But then it's not every business that succeeds. That's one thing they don't tell you. So they will tell you to do business. You go and do business. That's why a lot of people will tell you that they started something and they lost their money. Because business itself is a skill, which is why somebody will go and do 6 years of his life, 7 years of his life. Some people, 9 years of their life. And sometimes they don't get settled. So it's not really the same with education, whereby you hope on the degree. Apprenticeship, even if you don't get the money at the end of the year or the end of the 9 years, all you need is for your God to pronounce you settled. They will still make something out of nothing. Because they've gotten so much knowledge on how to hold money, on how to multiply money. Not to say businesses don't make losses. There are people who have been doing business who have been making bad decisions. Even people who have done the full length of the apprenticeship, right? They will still miss money. But also, I want to talk about this apprenticeship and broaden it a little bit. So it's not just about business and neighbor boy kind of thing. These days, there is another level. There are levels to this whole apprenticeship now, right? So now, you have things like learning work. Immoral, not Eba boy, immoral, which is because for most Nigerian students, yeah, the same problem we have with universities is the same problem we have with the labor market. As you can imagine, every year students are graduating and pouring into the market. But then those who are holding on to jobs are not retiring every year. You have to work till retirement age. So those jobs, unless governments are creating new jobs, those coming in cannot take those who have experience out of job. So what happens is that most students that flow into the labor market will not be successful. So now they flow straight back into business or entrepreneurship or social media content creating or things like photography or cooking for wedding or wedding planner or any other service level. Now, there is a caveat to people who now go and learn work, which is, I am a smart person, I've gone to uni. If I now want to come and meet a successful Oga and say, Oga, please, I want to learn how to do this, your business. He will not now subject me to 9 years or 7 years or 6 years of my life to go and learn a particular trade. Rather, he will teach me how to do that trade. And hopefully, I can source out a capital. And that is usually a lesser number of years. Maybe some people 2 years, some people 1 year, some people 6 months. They will start up the business. But again, you will see that those people are not so thorough. So most of the times, once they fail, they will leave because they've not invested so much time into it. Now, it's not necessarily that every business you do is the one you learn is the one you have to continue. It's transferable skills. So you could do business, your guy might be selling building material. But maybe when you finish, building material did not work. You can switch to start selling phones or switch to start selling another product. The same principles that you've learned will still be there. How to engage customers, communication, how to weigh if a customer wants to buy or is likely to buy, the psychological part of it. There are people that if you come to their shop, they will tell you price, they will look away, or tell you price and pressing phone. You will think their mind is not there, their mind is there. When you want to go, they will say, what is it, 20,000. They will reduce the price more. Some people will let you go. If they know they are the only ones that have it around, you will come back. Sometimes if you come back, they will add more money. They will know, okay, that person, maybe his own don't finish. So all those skills, you might not pick it if you do learning of work. Do you understand? But all of this is not what I'm speaking about. Now, this is the cocoa that I want to talk about. Whether you went to apprenticeship or you went to school to get degree, two of you are still not learning innovation or being creative. Unless for those ones who goes to China to outsource and tell them, I want you to customize this thing for me. But not just because you want to make your own product or your own brand and add your name. There are people that will go to China and say to them, do you know there is a water that, instead of getting this particular water now, they will say, do you know there is a water that if you drink this water, it will do A, B, and C. Then they will tell Chinese to build it for them. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Do you understand? Now, in education, there are people that just want to go to school to get degree, to get job. But if you are now going to school to now, maybe when you are doing your thesis or when you are doing your dissertation or when you are doing your project, you start thinking of a product that you will bring into market without your knowledge. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Now think about this. There was a video that went viral. A young boy made a prototype of how a grid works. It was later said that Abia State Governor, then, not Alex Oti, took the boy to government house and probably employed him or whatever. I don't know how far that has gone. But the guy was able to use, I think it was water, to generate that little prototype that is built. Now, we've seen videos of so many Nigerians maybe building cars from little batteries here and there, little things from maybe... Now, again, they are not building the metal block or, the mechanics. They are just probably taking it parts from machine, parts from this, combining it, and then probably constructing a body and making out but at least their brain is wired enough to know what a block should do, an engine block to do, what a, turbine should do, how to fix it up and then make out a moving object out of it. It's where it all starts. Where you have that drive for automation, for automobiles, do you understand? Then, you grow on it and build on it. I've also seen people who have built things like things that can fly, maybe prototype of a little, plane, right? And most of these people are scattered, maybe young, northern Nigerian or, young person from the south or, most of the times, there is no place to fix these people, to enhance that skill. Do you understand? So again, that little potential dies in there because already we don't have anything. Okay, after my last topic on, not this last one, but after one of the topics that I dealt with, which is talking about product, I've seen two things. The governor of Enugu State went to a company, an industry that builds ceramics in Enugu. Ceramics. Ceramics now? all these ceramic tiles, those toilet tiles and whatever. They are producing it in Enugu there. Now, if you ask me what ceramics are made from, I don't know. I will have to start Googling again. But at least they have the plant. Also, the Ebonyi State governor also went to another company or industry that is producing PVC. Now, PVC, from the name, PVC is actually a name. I think it's polyester, whatever. That they build all those things from, right? So we need more of those production. Then I know that we produce things like cable, like wire. I know we produce it. Nigerian copper is one of the best, actually, they said. A man called Curtis. So we need more of those things. Now, if you check those people that owns those, some of them are not even Nigerian. Some of them are just people like all this. Because what the Chinese are doing now is that our people are managing to go to China and convince them to come to Nigeria. A Chinese man will find it easier to come and live in Nigeria than an American or than a British. Not that they don't stay, they stay themselves, but it's easier for them to come and set up in Nigeria and then cut the journey to China, because it takes 3 months to import from China. So, having said this, this is just the barest minimum level. Do you understand? Government need to be intentional to say, when you get all those brainy children who likes to pieces things and put things together, to enhance that knowledge, because not everybody have that knowledge. Not everybody can look at this now and start thinking, this thing, what is even in this thing self? It starts from being inquisitive. Then you start opening the parts. Then after opening the parts, you look at it. It's not everybody that their brain can tell, okay, this one is speaker. This is the wire connecting the speaker. If I even ask you, how does speaker work? Those little Bluetooth that we put in our ear, how do they make so much noise or so much rhythm to our ears that are so loud? Even that little thing. You don't understand the technology. Even those that go to school to study, all they teach you is sign language and tell you that sound move at this speed, light move at that speed. You don't understand the mechanics of how an earpiece or earpod works, or what a Bluetooth is, the real technology behind it. So that's what I'm trying to say. So most of the time, we are just service level. We just know how to use earpiece. We just know how to use headphones. We really don't know how to. Now, maybe this will help. Let me put it this way. Most mechanics in Nigeria don't go to school. They didn't go to school. Most mechanics in Nigeria did apprenticeship. So you carry your Mercedes, you carry a Range Rover, and give to somebody who probably have been doing it for 20 years. Now, if a new car comes out, all that guy needs to do is to open that car, pieces that car, read that car like a book. You understand that car. Now, this is the missing part. He might not know how to produce that part, but if you bring the good part, he can put it back where he removed the bad one and then fix it, and instead is fix the car. The same goes with our laptop engineers or phone engineers. The people that repair phones in Nigeria, the people that repair laptops in Nigeria, usually did not go to school. They did not study it in school. So we need to look for all those people that have those ability. That is why you have countries like South Africa, producing, planes, producing, even have nuclear power technology and all of that. So at the end of the day, Nigeria is supposed to intentionally, and we used to have those things, have a means of gathering intellectuals, especially innovatives, creatives, get them in a room, train them on how to be, how to harness. Now, provide a program or bring out a structured program how they can harness those things and be able to produce something. There's nothing that we produce that we can say this is purely Nigerian. I'm waiting to see, is it a car? Okay, let's say a car, maybe nothing is trying. Do we even have, somebody convinced me over the weekend that we have satellites, yeah? So maybe we have satellite. since 2011, but that was built by Russia. So Russia could also have a backdoor to all your satellites and all your information. We use Gmail. What does the UK produce? UK produce massively. When you come to weapons, the biggest market, if you call America, you call UK. Russians have AK-47. Even in, I think M16 is, I don't know which country has M16 again. Do you understand? So when it comes to products, UK have their own. In fact, we're having an argument over the weekend about Brexit and how it impacted UK shops and everything. Some people believe it, but me, I say I don't care. What they are doing now is that if you want paracetamol, they will check the one the UK is making. Find the one that is cheaper and sell. Do you understand? Well, in Nigeria, you don't have a local equivalent of products. UK will allow you to bring these things, but if they have their own, they will prioritize their own. Yeah, UK produce weapon. UK is almost everything they do it themselves. Do you understand? You see, what makes Russia powerful, very powerful, is because Russia has all the raw materials and Russia has the technology, the technical ability to harness those potentials. So they don't need anybody. They don't need the UK, they don't need America to harness anything. They can change their crude to fuel to anything. They can use their gas, they know what to use their resources for. They are not depending on anybody for anything. China has the electric cars. China has everything now. In fact, if you go to China market, you see that almost everything is made by China. UK used to have made in Britain products a lot, but because of labor, they start shifting some of those things. Cars, most of them are now being produced abroad. But Nigeria cannot in any way productivity level compare themselves to Nigeria. Just COVID period is a very good example. COVID period was a perfect example. Everybody was producing. Even some parts of Africa produced their own vaccinations. It was the UK's Oxford AstraZeneca and Americans Pfizer in conjunction with Germany, right? That saved us. So the UK produces a lot. They have research. They spend so much money on research. That's where it all comes from. Governments have to be putting a lot of money on research. Now, research is not education. Research is discovery. Research is go and get a new idea about something. And most times when you are doing research, you're not just depending on academic available resources. You are going out to the street to come out with evidence. You are going to try new things. You are coming up with theories. You are verifying it that it works. So you see that, oftentimes than not, we just go to school to become average. Everybody's jumping on stock market, jumping on Forex. They don't even know jack about the underlying it's like people jumping on crypto. You just go to crypto and they tell you to do this, data mining. But do you know did you create it? Do you know who created it? We're just used as numbers to popularize everything that has been created. You go, you create an account with Trading 212. You go, you create an account with Robinhood. You create an account with Binance. What of the app? What of Visa? What of I'm talking even to the level of federal government. All the banks work on a system created by America. In fact, countries put foreign reserves in America. That's why you see when you hear companies like JP Morgan, KPMG, these are solidly built businesses, and structures that protects even countries' monies. It was built by people. JP Morgan, all this idea of foreign, it's built by one man. The whole of our social media connecting billions of people are all in the hands of Mark Zuckerberg. One man. Drop out. So, look at Elon Musk. What he's doing. Look at Starlink. Look at forget X, I mean Twitter, whatever. Forget it. That one is not even anything. Think about Tesla. Think about the technology behind it. Think about going to the space. These are human beings' creation. So how do you get to that level whereby you can come up with something that the whole world needs? And you keep making it better and better and better every day. Education cannot give you that. Education can only shape your mind. But you get to a stage when you've achieved that barest minimum, then you start thinking out of the box. You start trying things. That's how they discovered light. Keep trying, experimenting. And there are new discoveries still being discovered today. So now, this is not government. Yes, government is there to provide a structure that then when you have all these brainy people, they could jump on and build. But it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody who went to school. It could just be one kid around that likes to play with maybe gadgets, that probably have that intuition. Maybe he's a genius, right? Maybe he didn't even want to go to school, but he knows how to put 2 and 2 together. He knows how to do some kind of things. You look at him like a gifted child. That's why if you're autistic in the UK, government takes care of you. Because they know they are gifted people. They might not be social very well, but they are gifted. In Nigeria, nobody looks at you. Do you understand? So oftentimes than not, what happens is that people who claim to go to school will be looking down on those apprentices, go to school, get degree, come out and be wearing suits and be looking for job. Now the guy that went to this thing, the apprenticeship, he has finished, he's already built his house. You are still struggling to get one job. Before you know what is happening, he's married and whatever. He's now the person to be looking at the society and asking himself all the time, what do I think this person needs? That's why in Nigeria, anything you need is in the market. Even though there are no creatives or innovators, they will always look and look at this one will be good, this one will be good. That's why in Nigeria, they will find out that everything solar is working. They will go and build fan that uses solar to work and also put it a USB you can use to charge your phone. But with all the mechanics and engineering universities that the whole Nigeria have, none is coming from Nigeria. And a typical person, a graduate, will not be the one to go and outsource it from wherever they are selling it, whether it is China or whatever, to bring it or to import it. So he relies on those apprenticeship or those apprentices to go and do that business and bring it. So the people that went to school to become graduates heavily depend on businesses to even survive in the first place. I can even take it further and tell you that food we eat, we depend heavily on. Most of us that went to the so-called school, we need those people we look down on in the village to be able to feed. If you ask me now to go to a farm, my brother, if I look at tomato leaf, I don't know what is tomato leaf. I don't know what is onubu leaf. I don't know what egusi looks like. All I know is that I know about egusi when we are small. I know what egusi is the white form or the one in the brown before you open it. But the process before the egusi gets to that level, I don't know. Education doesn't teach us that. because you were busy learning physics that you will never use in your life. Listen to me, oh. This thing I'm telling you, you will not hear it anywhere. I really wish our politicians are listening to me. Do you know we can do just fine if all we are teaching people is business and farming? Two things. Obasanjo called it agriculture and agro-business. If really we are teaching just our children agriculture and business, we are good. Agro-business and agriculture. Do you know now, if you carry me to go to... I remember when I was a young boy, I used to go on holidays. I followed my auntie to the farm. We are supposed to be doing weed. I don't know the difference. Everything is green in my eye. Even to date. I was cutting every grass, thinking I was hardworking. Only for the boy, who is also my cousin, that lives with my auntie as well, to laugh at me so hard. I was like, what is it? As he was laughing, my auntie's attention was now called. My auntie came and said, Azu, which means, did they even train you well? Why are you destroying the whole farm? I said, no, now it's the green that I'm cutting. She said to me, no work again. May I go stand one place. Maybe Akwede I know because they are very popular. You can see cassava farms. You can know Akwede. I don't know the leaf of pepper. I don't know the leaf of onions. I don't know the leaf. Maybe I can say what is what do you call it? Banana. Or maybe I know palm fruits. But you see, tomato, ose, all those small things, I don't know what they are. I don't know how long one's supposed to last in the market because we are going to school. And 80% of those things we learned in school, we don't use them. I'm talking about from kindergarten till now. A is for apple, B is for buns. But a typical child who grew up in the village, number one, has learned a life skill. He knows how to swim. Me, born in the city, no life skill. I can't swim. When I say life skill, I mean life skill. Swimming is mandatory abroad. You have to teach children how to swim. I'm now teaching you the flaws of education. This is not a very conventional discussion. So a few will understand, a few will not. So as you are priding yourself, I'm the most intelligent boy in our primary school, I won an award. You are a very big olodo on the basics of life. Number one, you don't know how to swim. A kid in the village will come. I remember those days I will go to the village and you see them will be going to the stream. They will fly from one height into the water, boom. I look at this kid, look at these kids. I said, chai. We went home, came back. As they were running, I run after them. I said, this thing, I go jump. As they fly, enter, fiam, me, I fly, fiam, boom. The kind of water where I drank that day. I drank so much water. They were all laughing at me. I don't know how to swim. So what I ended up doing was that I will stay very close to the bank of the river. I will do my hand like this as if I'm swimming, enter the water, and then my hand will touch the bottom of the water. And then I will push myself, pretending I'm swimming. Just to have a feel of what it is like to swim. So those kids we used to look down on, that I was wonderful, we came back from city. They were better than us in life skill, which is swimming. You cannot be in the army without knowing how to swim. I don't know about Nigerian army. I'm telling you about the West. It's a life skill. It's a life skill. So our education was just teaching us nonsense. I don't know anything about farming. Yes, they were teaching us in agriculture. Clay soil, sandy soil, muddy soil. They will draw it. Practical, do we know what it is? Clay soil is red. Muddy soil is black. Do we know practical? No. My brother, without practical, anything you are learning is rubbish. The difference between an apprentice is an apprentice will see his Oga. Oga will tell him, this is this, this is that. Practical. You will learn skills. You will learn skills on how to talk to somebody and get the money out of his pocket. How to close deals. These are things that if you end up becoming a marketer, or if you end up becoming somebody that probably closes deals, at a very high level, maybe you're working for government or you're working for a company and you want to win contracts. If you don't have negotiating skills, you won't win nothing. You won't win nada. Those are the things that those apprentice system will teach you. It teach you how to be humble. Your guy will slap you, you won't talk. Your guy will deny you food, you won't talk. You learn how to persevere. Now, when you become an oga, if money no day, you learn how to wasalo. That's why most of those guys will be millionaires you won't know. They will wear their palm slippers. They will still be wearing one slippers they go, controlling millions. It took a long time before I knew my family were millionaires. They never had car. Didn't even buy me color television. Did I realize I'm like, you guys are millionaires? I said, no, I'm going to school abroad. So, I'm saying this to say, we need to tweak our education. And the most annoying thing with Nigeria is that you go, they talk, they go front. They go, they talk, they go back. We tell them to change the educational curriculum. They want to be changing anthem. What does anthem do? Whether it is Arise O Compantroid or the one they changed, who cares? If you want people to be patriotic, you have to look after your people. You have to show love to that people. If you want people to love you, love your government, love the country, you have to show love first. Look after them. Give them welfare. Otherwise, people will leave you and go away. Even your own children, if you not train your own children well, they will leave you, go. They will go back to university. When they have break, you say, are you coming back? Mama, I'm not coming back. They will not come. They would rather stay in school. Find their way. Whether in Nigeria or abroad. So you have to show love. You have to look after people if you want them to come. Or if you want them to like you. These things I'm telling you about education is for you to understand that why we have modern slavery or slavery of the mind is because we left things that we're supposed to be learning. They will not even allow you to learn it. There are places you will not see a black man, whether you like it or not. There are places they will allow you. Football, go and play. Anything physical. Basketball, music, go and sing. Entertain us. When it comes to what it is worth, when it comes to people understanding how ICs are built, understanding how motherboards are built, will you cross there? Then you will know that there are some knowledge-based jobs that are protected. You have to sign your life away. That if you work for me, you cannot work for any of my competitors. In your debrief, there are jobs that you will do. You will know you have to agree for a lifetime. You've sold your patent away and you cannot disclose it to any other person. Somebody was sharing with us how his uncle was very good in neurosurgeon or something like that. Was approached by America. He wanted to send one of the machines he used to Nigeria. America blocked it and said, you cannot do that. Told him, how many people do you want to bring to America, including yourself? Come. The guy brought so many of his families. I went to America. Chinua Achebe died in America. Chinua Achebe died in America. A whole lot of Nigerians that are doing well now live in America, including Pastor Kumuyi. I saw the post. Pastor Kumuyi in America. Sinach in America. You will live and pretend that you are enjoying Nigeria until one point you come and tell yourself the truth. If not for anything, let me even have peace of mind. Because you keep looking at the country, you keep having hope, you see that nothing is going forward, nothing is moving. They will keep wasting time In 1 year plus, what have our Senate achieved? Are they restructuring? The constitutional review, are they going ahead? The state police, are they going ahead? What exactly are they achieving? Now, Tinubu is telling us that all the labor pains are gone and now we are ready for delivery. We are still watching. As I'm talking to you now, £1 is equals to 1,900 naira. £1 is equals to about 40-something cedis. It's 1,900 naira. Do you understand? And every time we try to do things ourselves, we see how incompetent we are. Look at Africa. Africa is rising rapidly. Tanzania is turning off their grid because they have a lot of power. Nigeria stopped supplying power to external countries. Ghana is now going to get nuclear. Already they are calling us generator country. Look at Burkina Faso when they hosted the AFCON. See how beautiful their stadiums are. Other countries are developing. Look at Namibia. Very beautiful country. Nigerians are still dealing with the basics. We are still doing elementary work. Tinubu is the thing that happened to Nigeria. Yes. And some people shamelessly still believe that Tinubu will save Nigeria. Somebody who has finished his life, who is enjoying, as far as he's concerned, he has lived, he has seen, he has conquered. Somebody that lives, where he lives in Lagos, is government-owned property. Lagosians will do eye like they didn't see it. That bodillion belongs to the government. If not to go and destroy other people's houses, that they will go and do it quick. Whereas on a papa house, na government property. Nigeria is developing too. Now, see as government, fine. See as Anambra, fine. Thanks to Peter. Anambra produced innocent. For starters, it was Peter Obi that helped that guy stand. There are so many innocents before him. There is Obuawa. Remember when Kimco was around? That Nnewi have a lot of people. Oh. As you are seeing in Nnewi as a place, Nnewi has a lot of people. They have CCTVs in Nnewi looking over the city. Pharmaceuticals owned by Nnewi people. All those. Do you know how many inventors are in Nnewi? So that's what I'm saying. We need a government that will harness more of these people to come up. What we are seeing in Nigeria is people are living in droves. Which Anambra is fine, the playing ground of kidnappers. Security is a national problem, not just an Anambra problem. National problem. Where is safe? No, we don't get people reach one local government for Lagos. The same. If you want to really know Lagos, when it comes to Christmas, check who is in Lagos. Check Abuja. If you want to really know Lagos, for enough, some of them poor citizens that like suffering and smiling still support the current government because they don't know better. I saw Ribros criticizing Alex Soti, and I said, good criticism. You see, the thing is that people don't realize that government gets upwards of 100 billion every month, every 4 weeks, every 30 days. So really and truly, if government were using all those funds, every part of Nigeria is supposed to be like Dubai. Because Nigeria have cheap labor. Even if you pay Nigerians what Labour Congress is asking for, which is 460-something thousand, they are bringing it down to 490-something thousand. It is still 300. It's under 350 pounds. 350 pounds. Who earns 350 pounds in the UK? A cleaner in the UK earns more than that. But when they say it's as if it's too much money. With the kind of money Nigeria is making, somebody challenged me and said, "Oh, it is not possible to pay people 250." I said, "Wow, it is very possible." How much is your Supreme, what do they call him? Supreme Court judge earning? It's still increasing it to about 6 million a month. They give it to whoever they like. Senators in Nigeria are the most lucrative The most paid senators in the whole world. In the whole world. The capital poverty. The poverty capital of the whole world. Our presidents are the most lucrative, like the most paid, the most luxurious. Have you seen Tinubu's convoy? We too like chalet. What did they call her? We too like rubbish. People will not get money. No be G-Wagon, Tia Robert. Any car will come out, you go see them for Nigeria. Poverty capital of the whole world. So we're in a mess. We're in a big mess. Our education is flawed. Right? Where are the companies? What the UK did was to tell all these companies, all these Siemens, all these big construction firms, he said to them, listen, you have to provide a scheme whereby you take young people that don't want to go to school. And guess what? Many people don't want to go to school. They see it as a financial burden. I am still paying the money I used to go and do my master's. So what they did, Siemens now will take some people on apprenticeship. Construction firms will take some people on apprenticeship. Same principle of Faber Boys, same thing. They will take you by hand. They will be teaching you practically what they do. How many people are working for Dangote on apprenticeship? How many people are working for Tony Elumelu on apprenticeship? How many people are working for Utodola on apprenticeship? How many people are working for Adenuga on apprenticeship? How many people are working for Innocent on apprenticeship? Or skill acquisition. Call it skill acquisition. Do it the government way. Say that at the end of their program, the companies will certify that they finish and you give them 2 million. That is how development spreads. Instead of sending people to go back and be studying rubbish, you will see a full-grown man at 20-something. You ask him, what did you study? He said, I studied anthropology. Where is the certificate? I don't even know. They've dumped it somewhere. So they waste all those times to go back again to business. If I tell you how many of my secondary school mates are still going back to do business. Okay, why didn't they go back? Why didn't they do business from secondary school? The ones that did business from secondary school, you can't even catch up with them. Maybe a few of them that went to universities are still doing well. But most of them, including the females that married Odogu from the market, they are the ones even richer. Because they use their little education, combine it with their husband's business, push it even faster. That is how Igbos have managed to make a whole lot of money in a very short space of time. And somebody said something that I shared on my stories. I'll probably likely bring it to my page so you can watch it later. He said in a typical white community, right, money revolves around them about 20 times before it goes out. In a typical Jewish community, money revolves around them 17 times before it goes out. In a typical Asian community, money revolves around their hand 15 times before it goes out. In a black community, it doesn't even revolve up to 3 times. Because everything we use, no be us the producer. The only money that you will make, you will go to a black person is if you go and buy native. If you buy native clothes, or you go to African store to buy food. In that shit of African store business, or you buy hand there. Or you go to church and give offering. Apart from these 3 places, every other thing you do, no Igbo money. The house you own, no Igbo get them. They have everything, including those in Nigeria. Everything you use in your house, imported. You are making money for the white community. So make it make sense. They've been giving you stupid education, so you go about reading stupid books and thinking you are smart. Thereby providing services to their own people. They open the door for you to come. Intelligent ones, bankers will leave Nigeria, come here and be care workers. Because that's what they need. They need care workers, people that will clean their acts. They know that you're old. Before I came up here, I was in a group chat where we are talking about a 63-year-old man that married a 19-year-old girl. So as they were saying, is grooming, is that one. I started looking for a picture of all these white women that will come to Nigeria to come and find their young lovers. And I found one that said he loves his wife so much. Guess how old the wife is? Wait, maybe I will play the video for you guys. Both from Canada or both from America, all of them will come to Nigeria or come to Africa. Go and get fresh young-bodied men. And Oyibo them know, they know you are marrying them for paper. They will give you that paper after you start, because they know that their population still need somebody to give them warmth. Do you understand? Look at this one. I'm going to show you guys something so you guys will understand. Look at this woman. Let me not play the video so it will not flag. They will allow you to be coming. Your young, able-bodied men that are supposed to be part of your labor force will come here and be satisfying the Igbo women. Slave for them for years before they get their bali, before they even be able to breathe and still go back again and become part of the same workforce. Doing what again? Driving Uber, or maybe doing one kind of warehouse job, because they will not allow you to enter Wall Street. You cannot go to Canary Wharf. You cannot work in some places. You cannot do civil service jobs. I get mind where this JC. Why would they talk about my Arsenal JC today? Waiting I do wrong. No be second will come. We don't do bad now. How much do you think a president earns in Nigeria? Baba, just Google the most expensive president in Nigeria. You will see him. Nigerian president. Somebody was criticizing Alex Oti and said he was using about either 46 or 4.6 billion to run a state in 1 month. Laborious. I even supported it. I said good criticism. Go and check how much they used to run Aso Rock. Check how much they used to renovate. Go and try it in America. Go and check how much they used to cook in Aso Rock. Go and check how much they used to finance our planes. You know what? I argue about everything. How could only one man be occupying Aso Rock? Even White House isn't as big as Aso Rock. Not be only one man. They have other people that lives there. That's the man. That's the black man mentality for you. Of course. A country where our leaders fly abroad for medical treatment simply because they don't have a functional health system. Shameless leaders. Even Aso Rock supposedly have a clinic that doesn't even have paracetamol. Aisha Bugari was saying it, that they don't have paracetamol. She was sick in the middle of the night. Went to Aso Health, Aso Kineko. No paracetamol. That's a country. A country that will fly somebody out in seconds before thinking about their own hospitals. It's a shame. In Ibariam, they are hosting so many doctors from all over the world, right? They're in Ibariam. Now, we can attract expatriates in Nigeria. If there is security, some people will like to, because Nigeria have one of the loveliest weather. One of the best weathers in the world. And Nigeria has a fun place, like with this fun vibe that we have as a people. You know? So Oyibo them, they like us. But the problem is, if we don't get security, how they want come? Do you understand? So, what of the major said that we're all illiterates are true. Our education is not providing the things we need. And if you're asking me what are the things you need, just go to the market. See everything we use. Check out their label. See now, this is a very typical example. This is just a product that I bought in the UK. Look at what it says. Yeah? Ledu Great Britain Limited. Right? So, this is made in the UK for UK people, including the rubber, everything. Now, go and check the rubber of drinks in Nigeria. Don't forget, if they say something is made from Nigerian breweries, it's actually an Irish company. Oh. You might have Nigerian workers, but it's actually an Irish company. The day they decide to close down and leave Nigeria, they will close and leave. Just like other countries, other companies that have closed and leave. Yeah, you can send a request, Jennifer. So our education has taken us away from the things that we really need. What government is supposed to be saying is, can we get university students who can go and learn how to build a refinery? Sponsor them for 4 years, 5 years. Let them go and learn it, how to build refinery from scratch. That is their only program. Special program. Go and teach a university, mandate a university, say, this university, research on how to turn cobalt to battery. That is your only job. Give them everything they need. Sponsor them. Make it a special purpose. I'm not talking about looking for something to do to go and be working. I'm talking about innovation. I'm talking about making things that the whole world needs. Any sector that I bring up now, I will tell you that we are not the ones. Okay, let's go to music. We are producing the video Wizkid and Burna Boy. These guys use microphone. They are not made in Nigeria. Their keyboard, their guitar, their drums, none of them is made in Nigeria. One of the best drummers in the world. If you look at the best drummers in the world, some of them are Nigerians. Best drummers, people that drum for them Sinach, Live Band, them P Square. Best in the world. Them cavemen. Do you understand? So, what exactly can we say that our education has taught us? If you go to movies, the cameras that we use, those cameras, there are some cameras that are so powerful, so high quality, that if they use it to shoot movie, the movie will be very sharp. They are not made in Nigerians. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, hello. What's up?
Fine.
Everything's going good.
Yeah. So make your contributions.
Okay, so for me personally, this is my own opinion, and I feel like it's just my own general observation. I might be wrong, I might be right. I don't deal with analysis, I deal with what I see in real life. So, you said innovation. I don't think Nigerians are ready for innovation. I don't think Nigerians are ready for innovation at all. How many people are willing to take risk, to think outside of the box what they wanted to do? We're always finding excuses. We are good at excuses. We can chop excuses as breakfast. Let us not lie to ourselves. You know, you tell somebody now, this is my idea, I want to create this and that. The first thing they will tell you is the government is not good, the system is not good. Before you know it, that person's idea, he has killed it. Because the people within his circle do not believe in innovation. We are more of 9 to 5 individuals. Let's be frank. When did Nigerian system started accepting to do business or be business oriented? It took a long time before some families started accepting that, okay, your kids can do business. We are all trained one way or the other to be workaholics. So I feel we have to change our mindsets. We have to change our mindsets. We have to change our mindsets. Is the truth. If you want to grow, you change your mindset. But we blame every single thing. Yes, I'm not saying government does not have a role in it, but would you want to stay in your house and sit down and wait for government?
Casey
Do
has
you
a
want to
point.
stay in your house and sit down and be lazy?
But look at what Casey said, and Casey has a point. Our national budget, Asoro Kitchen, gets more funds than any research institute. First thing first, I understand what you are trying to say, because I think, like I keep saying, every problem I deal with, I always arrive at this common solution or at this common observation that our problem is always a mixture of policies and people. First of all, you don't need government to tell you. For example, now this curtain behind you, what is this curtain made from? You can intentionally go and get that knowledge and say curtains are made. Do you know that most of the curtains are imported? You can
Everything is
have knowledge.
important now
Everything in
because we are
Nigeria.
not
So
thinking outside of the box.
you can also have a knowledge to say to yourself, okay, let me even know what this thing is. I don't. Okay, government no give me money, yes, but what about the knowledge of that thing?
Exactly. What happened to your brain? Your brain is now dull
Do
because of
you
government.
do you
I don't
know? Do you
understand.
know how to make a toothpick? Do you know how to make a machine? All they were asking you is, government, give me money, let me go to China and import. Can you make a little thing that can cut wood into small pieces and mechanize that thing?
And
Can you talk to yourself? Go ahead.
Sorry to say this, but I feel like majority of the time, right? I can't put all my fellow wonderful Nigerians in a box. No. But I feel like this, right? Majority of us don't even know the power of how to use some certain technologies that are available for us for free, like YouTube, like social media. So people use this stuff for different purposes. And some people will tell you, from this app, I've learned so and so thing by reading free stuff online. And they have trained themselves that way. Okay, during COVID-19, there was free what they call it, programs that was given out on the internet through Google on how to learn programming on IT. How many people picked it up? How many? That's the question. It's not just, okay, so you have internet in your house. You have 24 hours internet, 7 days in a week. What have you used it to do? Is it just
When
to
you say you
watch
have
and
internet,
catch cruise?
okay, you mean the personal one they use for their phones? Okay.
Yeah.
Now look at it, Jennifer. Look at it, Jennifer. See, when I was a student, remember we're talking about students now that who are going to school versus apprentice. When I was a student, that I didn't have money to be, although in UK you could get, what do you call it, contract, but they give you like 4 gig. So if you use it fast, while you finish. So you have to be managing it just the way we manage in Nigeria. When you buy that and you off it. So what I used to do then is, we go to public places, you go to library, you connect to their Wi-Fi. You go to a shopping mall, you connect to their Wi-Fi. In Nigeria,
Free
apart
Wi-Fi.
from free Wi-Fi,
Exactly.
in Nigeria, apart from the airport, where can you get free Wi-Fi? Is it when people buy small data that they will use to read messages on WhatsApp, that they will use it to get the watching video?
Let me tell you.
Hold on. If you watch video on YouTube, you will finish your data.
Wait now, best practice. Some people are saying, how can you get internet and all that? But let me tell you the truth. There are some Nigerians here on this internet that will just borrow internet for 100 naira, 200 naira, right? From their network providers. And what did they come up here to do? To borrow money on internet. Urgent 2K, urgent 5K. So are you telling me that we should all be known for urgent 2K, urgent 5K?
See, I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying, but in the hierarchy of needs, first you go shop first, before you go look for clothes, before you go begin think how to help government. You understand?
I hear you. I greet you.
Yeah, well done, my brother. And I would like you to come in now. So let's give others chance to say their mind. Go in, my brother.
Okay. Actually, we should just try to set this record straight. Okay. There is no nation that functions very well with a bad government. if the environment is not enabling for the citizens to, you know, work or to earn a living, there is no magic to this thing. It's not a rocket science. Okay, she was this lady here was talking about something like somebody wants to, you know, about innovation, and when the person come up with such illustration or idea, another person will kill it. Okay, I just want to make an instance. If somebody has an innovation with no capital, how is that thing
Brother,
going
my
to work?
conversation, I understand. See, we cannot keep crying over spoilt milk. And sometimes you look at solutions. My conversation is extending to Nigerians in diaspora. Don't you have internet?
Best
You
practice.
that is
Can
in
I say
Nigeria,
something?
hold on, I'm coming. You that is in diaspora, you have money, but the first thing that comes to your mind is you want to go and build a house, you want to go and buy a car, you want to come back and do the December. What can you think? What, even though you want to go and do masters or do PhD, what have they learned from their masters and PhD? Fund it from the UK government or
I'm
fund it
having
from
call.
American government. Are you getting me? So at the end of the day, there is gaps because again, we are doing education for the wrongest reasons. Like I said, when you go to school abroad, so you can come and brag that I studied abroad. Not because you are
No,
really trying to bring it down. Yes, I know at the same time you can bring money down to Nigeria or bring business to Nigeria and then it flops because the society is not good. But can we use it to teach others? Can we show others how things are? Can you impart that knowledge? I will have a few people doing what I'm saying, so it's not like everybody falls under this thing. But if we don't start intentionally looking for knowledge that will benefit us as a people, we will keep outsourcing. Let's
that,
leave those in Nigeria that cannot help the future.
that's
What
a
of those who are
fact.
abroad?
That's a fact. That's a fact. I've never been in such support of education that much because the whole world has drifted from education. The whole world is now going towards technology, you know, engineering. What can you produce? What can you do with your bare hands? That's what the world is asking of now. The world is not asking you, hey, you have BS, what's it called?
BSc.
BA or you're a professor or you're this, you're that. Gone are those days. You know, like I was telling my friend last
Professor
week or
Ago
last 2
Nago,
weeks,
you are a professor, you can't feed yourself.
and you're hungry. Why someone that's a welder or an engineer
Or a
is
plumber,
doing real good,
or even a toilet cleaner in the UK has more money than you.
or even a plumber for crying out loud, you know? So I was telling my friend 2 weeks ago that, look, to me, my own opinion, I thought we were taught the wrong way. Because way back in the 80s and 90s when we were still growing, what our parents used to tell us is, look, you have to go to school, you have to graduate,
They
you
lied
have to
to
go
us.
and work
They
in the
lied to
bank.
But
You have to go and work
they
in
lied
the
to
bank, or
us. They lied to us.
they lied to us. We were taught the wrong way. You
We
know?
are taught rubbish.
Yes, bullshit. So that is what we have to. These are the kind of message you have to start passing across to people in Nigeria. To
Baba, let
like,
me bust your brain. This thing I'm going to say, I might sound tribalistic, but the sense will come with it. See, most of us in the UK boasting we are abroad working, you will not see Hausa people. I went to school with some Hausa guys. Once they finish, they are going back because they believe they own Nigeria. They know there is one of them said, I think he went into House of Assembly or whatever. They understand that there is hope for them. Do you understand? Most of us are here slaving and then thinking like if you come back and do that in December, you have money. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? But in essence, we are just modern slavery. We're not doing anything to impact the nation. We are not even in charge. There are people milking Nigeria. There are people who are making it large. You go to Transcorp Hilton, you probably cannot even buy food there. But there are people who live there constantly. If they're not politicians, they are expatriates.
My
I
point
get
is, hello,
you, my
sorry.
guy. I get
Let me
you.
just
You're right. You're
let me
right.
chime in a
Let's
little bit.
allow our brother to talk.
Let me chime
Okay.
in. Odera, well done.
Thank you.
But this is Jesse Fossey for just cover that this thing though. Like I just
Why
flip it.
now? We came second.
I beg,
And
beg
you
you.
said you go with agency. Who you support? Mind
Why
you.
you know it's supposed to know now. They know they hide them.
See, mind you people just FA Cup now begin get mad. Now why you come the why you come they worry me this last in keep
Not
as well. I
not
don't understand.
nothing do you. We they still there. If I were
Don't
you,
worry,
bro, I'm not gonna feel
don't
wear this thing.
worry.
Anyways,
10 don't they
back to
go.
the
10 don't they go.
conversation.
When 10 come out, and I will go back to na place for table. Go ahead.
No, no wahala. So look, somebody rightly said before that, you know, the government has to get it right before you can expect the people to, to thrive, in whatever they're doing. The reason why you and I are, kind of we see ourselves like, okay, we're better off here because you know that when you work, it doesn't matter the kind of job that you do, you're gonna get paid. Nobody's gonna negotiate that. Nobody's gonna tell you, oh, this contract I did that they've not paid yet, or I'm still using my pocket money to run it. You are gonna get paid. Whether you're being paid weekly,
Straight.
bi-weekly, or
Straight
monthly,
up.
you're gonna get it. If you're cleaning toilets, you're because they're cleaning the stair rails or whatever. Nobody's negotiating your pay with you as long as you log in your time and everybody knows you will just. But you see, Nigeria people every day they wake up, they pass through traffic and everything, go to work and everything. They still don't get paid. What kind of, sometimes you're being demoralized because you know that your wages, you go there, do what you're supposed to do as a worker, or whatever. At the end of the day, you don't get what you're supposed to get. Trust me, if you go to work today, if you go to work this week and you're supposed to be paid next weekend or whatever, and this thing hasn't hit your account, but then you will, first of all, you call HR, you call whoever that is in charge, that, hey, what is going on? I haven't seen my pay. They will apologize. Oh, maybe because something happened, the deposit or something like that. But you're not going to shut up
Right.
because you know you have already worked. So Nigeria, our leaders, don't tell me that these guys don't know what to do. They know exactly what to do. Somebody said before that even the hospital in Asurok does not have fancy or paracetamol, whatever that was. They know the reason why they cannot equip all this, or they cannot build a state-of-the-art medical facilities in Nigeria. Because one of the reasons, I mean, one of the ways they loot money or they transfer money out of that country is through this their hospital, whatever trips that they make. If they tell you how much that is involved in that every trip, you'll be like, why don't we can get that hospital they are going to, the
Hi.
money they are paying to them in every trip, that thing can give us a very good hospital in Nigeria. But they will not do it because everybody there knows that, hey, if we go on this amount is going to be spent. And are they using that to pay for the? No. So all these things are just corruption. Until we're able to treat this thing, the root cause, all these quick fixes we are doing are not gonna, not gonna hold waters. Even individually, we are trained as individuals.
Can I ask a question, please?
We
Can
are
I ask a
trained
question?
workers. Something like that.
Whose phone is vibrating? Jesus.
If your phone is
Okay.
vibrating, just
If your
mute.
phone is vibrating, mute your side, please. So, for me personally, right?
Is that a
Um,
question or you want to make a comment? Because I've not finished my train of
I'll
thought.
make a comment and I'll ask a question. Now, I know, like, me, I'm based in Nigeria, all right, and the rest of you, I know you're based outside. So, I'm going to direct this question to you guys based outside. Do you think it's a good omen for your politicians to be traveling abroad for medical care? Do you think it's a good thing?
It is not.
It's not. Okay. So thank you for answering me. Because see, to be 100% frank with you, we like to I'm not saying our country is not bad, but I've seen this continuous pattern. We love to paint our country, the country that is
Hold on,
already
hold on.
black.
My boss, I beg. Baba me.
Hi, hello, Mazi.
100% Swale boss. Now my big brother just enter.
I didn't see my
Hi,
pan face.
hello.
Welcome, brother.
Dalo, man, man.
Udo, Washirupa.
Please go ahead, my sister. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. So for me, this is my own 2 cents of small thing I've noticed on the streets of Instagram, right? I'm not against any Nigerian that is in abroad. Me, I've traveled also. But I will say this, right? We always come out saying the bad side of the country. Can we talk about solutions of how to cure the madness? Me too. I know every single Nigerian knows, even the ones here now, but everybody knows that the policy, the country is upside down. We all know. It's just like you are coming out to tell somebody that you are black. Of course, they know they are black. But let's be frank. What is the solution? Do you get? If, for instance, we keep talking like this from now to tomorrow, it's not going to sort out anything. It's not going to solve anything.
Okay, can I
I'm not
ask you
lying
a
to you.
question? Sorry,
It's
my
not going to
sister.
solve
I was talking.
anything.
Hold on. I keep quiet for you. Said I was
Wait,
talking. You
I'm
interjected.
not done. I'm not
Hold on
done.
first.
I'm
Now I
not
want to ask
done.
you a
Sir,
question.
I'm
I
not
want to ask
done.
you a question now.
Go
I was
ahead.
talking before. You say you wanted to ask me a question. Now you took
Okay,
over
go
the initiative.
ahead.
As somebody who lives in Nigeria, that you said you live in
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria.
Yes.
You
And
not.
I'm not waiting for government.
Hold
I'm doing something for
on.
myself.
Hold on.
So don't ask me anything about government. None of my business. But go ahead.
As someone who lives in Nigeria,
Okay.
what do you think is the solution to the problem that Nigeria is facing right now? You that lives in Nigeria, forget other people that live in abroad. At least let's start with you that live in Nigeria.
Okay, me that lives in Nigeria, first thing first, our our leaders, we need to change our leaders' mindset. It's not just all about borrowing money from abroad or borrowing anywhere.
Who's
Yes,
gonna change? Who
Nigeria.
is gonna change their mindset? We. He said we. Who? When to specify
I
that,
said,
please.
wait. You allow me to land. I said, whoever it is that wants to be a president of the nation needs to have the mindset of a leader. Do you understand me? But that does not mean that the people have not made an effort to put the right people in the right places.
So
But it's due to corruption. So I'm not acting like someone that doesn't know.
what are we saying again?
Hold on. Sorry to
So,
interrupt. Let me help you, sister. You asked a question based in the US, right? And I think that
yeah,
question was not answered, brother. You were saying something and you was interrupted, but I wanted to hear you. I wanted to hear him out. However, since it looks like he gave the floor and you asked a question, let me answer that question straight. I think we are not even doing enough. And what you're
okay.
saying is like portraying Nigeria in a bad omen. The problem that we have in Nigeria, we're not even saying enough. We're not doing enough. We are just talking, we're not doing nothing.
Thank
In
you.
other countries, let me say, even in African countries, I think, was it in Uganda, we was on a meeting like this, and some girl was like, man, in Uganda, if they take light, all of us would have been in the street for a whole day. A poor African country. The point is that we are not even saying enough. Change whose mindset? If you don't have the right mindset, don't even come. These guys know what is right. Most of them have a business and they are running it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not smart enough, you cannot even be a thief. You have to be smart enough to be a successful criminal. These guys are successful in their criminal activities, but they are not in the nation building. So let's even come out from putting blame. The point is that we are not speaking enough. We are cutting them a
We're,
leeway. There
good.
shouldn't be
We're
a
good in cruise. We're good in catching cruise.
no. Nigerians accept whatever.
Happen.
We accept whatever that
They
comes our way.
are
In
just,
fact, we've built our mindset that the worst, that this is not even the worst. You understand me now? We had our mindset that, okay, this is not even the worst. There's something bad. Like, oh, we're always looking at, oh, we are better than Afghanistan. We are better than, oh, it could have been war. Look at so place. No. We need to be on the street. Nigerians need to be on the street protesting, not going back home until
Protesting.
there's a change.
Exactly.
If we don't go out on the street and insist that we are not going home until there is a change. It will never change. No, Jesus is coming. Nobody is coming to do the job for us until we Nigerian youths stop giving these guys excuses, breaks, right? Be on the street and refuse to go home. Because at the end of the day, people are scared to die, but we are still dying anyway. We have more death in Nigeria than war zones, war-turning country. Look at Ukraine giving us food.
Imagine.
Imagine Ukraine that is going through war, that are fighting. They are still giving us food. These guys knew it. And they look at what happened during NSAS. That was the time that we came close to making a change. And guess what
Yeah.
happened? At least Nigeria was able to shut down SAS department. We was able to do that. And why were we able to do that? Because we were united both across tribes and religion. So, my sister, if your question is why is those of us out here speaking bad about Nigeria, my sister, you cannot tell anybody what they don't know. I can't tell somebody Nigeria is good and they cannot find out. They will find out. Just take Google and Google
That's
it.
exactly what they want us to say. Nigeria is good.
Like, you
And
understand me
then,
now? When you see our president going with 40 or 50 imported vehicles,
Imagine.
and Toyota has no assembling plant, not even a fixing plant in Nigeria. What mindset do you want to change?
160 million for one car.
Nigerians are importing food now, canned food. Let me tell you the secret. Let me tell you the secret, right? Let me even tell you guys the secret, right? There's a company called Cargill, right? Cargill, Cargill, right? Is a farm company. And me personally, this company are establishing in the north, raising cows, right? And preparing to sell meat to Nigeria. Why the northerners that have been in power are enforcing that we should create a pathway for their cities, for the Fulanese to be traveling around the nation. Why don't they build those factories? And a foreign company that is based in America here that I've worked with. And these guys are establishing and taking up all our industry. My sister, forget you. These guys don't deserve anything. If he was in China, half of these guys are dead.
Of
I
course,
swear
all
to
of them.
God, if he was in China, half of these men are dead. These guys
All
wouldn't
of
be in
them.
the existence if he was in outside the country. So the idea of, oh, we are speaking bad about Nigeria, we are saying facts. Which of them is lies? Suffering and smiling, that's what fella said in the 80s.
the,
And we are saying suffering and smiling, and you're encouraging more people to smile. Let's say speak good about Nigeria. This is not
the
how
issue,
nation are built, though.
the issue
You
with
speak facts.
the issue with my people, Nigerians, because honestly, I stopped talking about Nigeria after the elections, in 2023, because I see that most people think that those that are abroad they make noise to they for all they do is just to make noise, yell on social media. They don't have any impact. If just like what you said now, if you tell them, okay, the best thing to do or the only thing to do is just to march the street, they will tell you that when are you booking your flight to come down Nigeria to do that. That's the next question they're
Hmm.
going to ask you. They will not say, okay, how do we strategize? Even though you are not on ground, how can you be of help? How can you, what is it that you can do to help, make this thing to come to fruition? This is
Yes.
how to negotiate. This is how people talk. People who really want, to strategize on something to get results, kind of act. But Nigerians is kind of like, maybe I don't want to come from that point of jealousy or what, or maybe because you're abroad, everything's going on for you. You
No,
don't pay
no,
for
no,
some
no.
of them think we don't pay for internet. That's what they tell you. Oh, you don't
No,
pay for
no,
internet.
no, brother, listen, at some
And
point I don't even blame them, okay, right? I keep on telling people that you have to leave the shores of Nigeria to understand how oppressed we are.
no, but
When you
it's
leave
that's the point. That's the point I'm
when you
trying to
leave
make.
Nigeria,
Let
right?
me let me
That's
just
when
let
you understand that
let me
what it
finish.
takes for a Nigerian to succeed and excel is just opportunity, that they don't even have to do much. All they have to do is to provide 24-hour energy, right? And Nigerians will continue to excel.
I want to do something. I want to play the devil's advocate. I understand exactly what we are saying. I want to make an illustration. You remember those people what they call scavengers? Those people who they go and pick alumi, they pick what do you call it? Scraps, yeah, kunkum and all the rest, and then eventually they sell it to companies that then in turn use it to make products. Let's look at Nigeria like that. Let's look at Nigeria like a country that they don't have the raw material to make steel. But can we make anything out of nothing from our own selves, looking internally and in sourcing? What of those of us that are abroad? What can we do? The point I'm trying to make here is that, for a start, our education is flawed. Instead of teaching us what we need to know, we are teaching us what we need to work for them, including those of us abroad. So when we now come abroad, all we do is to continue working for them. Either we go to cleaning service or care work or this thing. How many Nigerians are into business? Most of African stores are run by Indians. Look at Indians. They are in the hospital, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are in business, they are in Uber. They are spread across board. Nigerians are only in one or two. Either they are pastor or probably one of them we own an African store, and that is it. So we need to think about what exactly can we do with the little we have. Do you understand? In a way that we understand that there is a gap that needs to be filled. In a way that we understand that, okay, government is not giving us this thing, but is there any way we can make things out? Instead of us to always think about importation, importation, importation. Most of the times, it is all these foreign governments that are even coming into Nigeria to come and establish industries. It is all these foreign governments. It's a foreign government that came to produce palm oil for us in Nigeria. Why are we not thinking of how to, first of all, we don't have the money, we don't even understand how to build plants that can squeeze palm kernel and bring palm oil from it. Because we are not taught to think business. We are not taught to think entrepreneur. Everybody want to enter Nollywood. Everybody want to smoke Igbo and go and sing. Everybody want to go and do, things that are popular amongst us. Things that are common amongst us.
That's crazy.
So instead of our mind to go to things that we need, that we have crude, how do we have refinery? We have this mineral, that mineral, that mineral. What can we get from this mineral, that mineral? That is the problem of Congo. That is the problem of Zimbabwe. That is the problem. Do you know that the British monarch system have a lot of farm in Zimbabwe to date? So we need to think farming. If an average youth know that you can make wine from grapes, if an average youth know that Nigeria is importing red oil, that means there is scarcity of red oil. If Nigerians know that we are importing, that Ukraine is giving us maize, that means we have to go and plant. Like I said, I don't even know how to plant anything. I don't even know the leaf.
I don't know.
But
My brother, wait.
Are you saying?
okay, what
I don't know what's going
what I
on.
would say on that is this. Growing up, I saw some of my uncles who went to what is it called, technical college, technical school, right? These guys, they didn't go to universities until some of them are late now, but they were good at what they were doing when it comes to after that technical school or whatever, which sometimes people you go to high school, I mean, what is it called again, secondary school. These people are the technical, but all they do is how to either you specialized on electrical or mechanical or something like all these welders and mechanical, these people that repairs these big generators, like all of that. Like my uncle, what he used to do then before was he used to work in the rig. All his job is just to service the generators in the rig, because this is what he was good at. Then I never met. Then we were growing up. I said, Madonna, no, no, many. We thought, these people walk on that they were just not knowing that there is a float, boat and all of that. So after that, that school is still in my place now, but I don't know how many people that goes to that school anymore
Imagine.
because everybody they see you, they see you as a vulcanizer or a welder or whatever, or electrician, they feel that this is a low class or low life kind of job and all of that. But I don't blame those people because our environment does not encourage stuff like that. Unlike here, you see plumbers how much they make an hour if they come out to fix something in your house. If an electrician comes out to check something on in your house, you know how much you're going to pay for that. But these guys, they have their truck. In that truck, everything is in that truck. There is a generator, there is a cutter, there is everything, driller in that car. They are just by themselves. This is something that, and the business is registered, it's monitored, they pay their taxes, and they have their wage rate. It's not like they just put everything. If you call a plumber, it's possible they charge you $70 an hour or depends on the area. These are things that that my job is respected and I am being paid what I'm supposed to be paid as, for rendering my services. But in Niger, if they see somebody as a plumber today, they will even somebody you that call the person to do something at the place, you will first of all tell him to if he can wash that car for do it. You just look down on him like he is not. But this person is a professional in his own little this thing, what he's doing. These things needs to be encouraged. There has to be a room for everybody to whatever you do, even if you're a janitor or whatever, working in it, you are supposed to be respected. Even a director of a company, if he comes into his office to take out the trash in his thing, he will give you the time room to do that because that's your job. You're doing he can never stop you from doing that. If he doesn't want it, fine, you go. And you cannot be talked down on like because you're coming to take a trash out of his office. No, everybody respects you. But with the only thing, the reason why everybody is like, you have to have a university degree because I want to go to service. Everybody want to see you with a khaki and a graduate, a graduate. At the end of the day, what can we do with a graduate degree? But if we can encourage these vocational colleges, just like here, you have licensed vocational licensed nurses, you have RONs, you have all those things. These people, everybody knows they are great. They know how they do, and they know that these LVNs, if you go to mostly the what is it called again? These adult places or whatever, the nursing homes, they use mostly LVNs. Maybe you have one or two RNs there to who, kind of like as a supervisor or something like that. They know everybody has, where you're feeling. And that's why you have, say, colleges, 2-year colleges, 3-year, 4 years colleges, or whatever, unless you want to advance your distance. But as a 2-year distance, LVN, nurse or whatever, you know that you have a place in the society after you finish, and nobody's gonna look at you as you're not, important in the scheme of things. Nigeria on is just like, and I understand it that this environment has made everybody now to be self, kind of like everybody wants to do it by himself. Because if the government cannot make the environment conducive for you to thrive or to do whatever you want to do, my father used to tell us, you can't push him out of the way and go, God, you can't push me and tell me where to fall. That means I was more Iberibe. I will have to say, okay, since these people cannot provide this, how can I help myself? How can I feed myself and my family? That's why everybody's like, we are struggling. We want to go to China, we want to go to Ukraine, you want to go to, because you are you're trying to discover yourself. You're not waiting on anybody. Unlike here there is a loan. If you want to go to college, the loan is there. You sign up after 6 months of your graduation, whether you get job or you don't get to, you go start paying, or you negotiate, call them and tell them, see this, they negotiate this thing, percentage you want to pay. But those things are there, and they know that as soon as you're done with this program, you are going to start making money and pay back. So the system is already, it's not individually. I get it that so sometimes, yeah, I want it, or as an individual, what are you doing? We are trying. A lot of even business you're talking about. People, you know how much it costs to do business in Nigeria? The power alone, common power, that at least, if not for anything, give the end amount of people pay to charge their phones.
People pay to charge their phones, 100 naira, 200 naira.
Just to charge your phone
Master,
to receive a phone call. People pay to charge their phones and all of that. So tell me how people will be happy to like, oh, Craft. I still blame us too as a people, because we allow these things to happen. We allow these things to happen, even though people are scared. Oh, Nigeria is not a place where you can speak. If you speak up, you know what will happen to you. Either you're picked up or you're killed or I get that. But shall we continue in sin that grace shall abound?
well
You,
spoken, my brother.
yeah, that's the way, because most times we know the solution, but everybody's scared. Nobody wants to die. Nigeria is a country where I know that people are so, we love life, we love to live. Anything that will make us feel that our life is going to be cut short, or something's going to happen to it. We're not going near that place. So, like here, you see somebody will come today and say, you know what, I'm going to go there, I'm ready to die. But we are not there yet. But is that the only way we can achieve these things? No, there are still other ways we can do it. But we have to come together as a people to agree to do this. The fact that we are always on the tribal lines, everybody, when it comes to, doing things that will unite Nigeria, that everybody will benefit, both the big and the big and the small. That's when we know that, okay, I'm from this side. Okay, why do you think you people deserve to be this or to be on this? These are also things that we need to, tackle, because if we're actually going to make these things work in that country. We cannot expect great things when we are all divided, when we are just on our own.
We have a unity
No,
Master,
problem.
mute now. Master, mute.
no, we have to come together as a unit. Ndị Igbo na-asa aka aka nyụọ mamịrị ya gba ọfụfụ. That's how to do things. Individually, you can only secure your own little circle. But when we come together as a unit, you know what we can do. And that's why
Just like NSAS, but then NSAS took people's lives. I mean, the same thing that Peter said before he left. NSAS took people's life. In fact, I was hearing in one live that they said that this DJ, that young girl, can never come back to Nigeria again. So, brother, you spoken well, but I want to address some things before Kid come in, right?
Okay.
You see, one of the reasons why a plumber earns more than an educated person, so to speak, or person that works in white-collar jobs, is because, number one, they have a regulation, right? You don't just come out and say, I'm a plumber, like Nigeria. Somebody will just carry a few things in a backpack bag and be going about. If you go to where an amateur is in main market, you will find them. They will come, you will give them small job to fix something, they will spoil it. It has happened to me in Onitsha. They will make it worse. Most of the time, the gum they are using and whatever they are using doesn't do the job. So at the end of the day, number one, you don't trust whoever you are giving those artisans work. Number two, there is no regulation. Here, to be a plumber, you have to go to college, bro. It takes years to get that license. Before you become an electrician, you have to go to college. Those vocational college. Can government make it mandatory that you cannot practice mechanic in Nigeria? At least let somebody sign for you. Can Nigeria make it mandatory that you cannot be a plumber in Nigeria at least 1 or 2 years in a college? Most of them are old people that drink kogogoro. Early momo, they don't drink kogogoro. Shark, shaye, they don't even know what they do. Are you getting it?
Mm-hmm.
That is number one. Number two, I'm extending my conversations tonight, not just about Nigerians in Nigeria, but also Nigerians in diaspora. People who are more comfortable. Can we start thinking products?
Sorry, good evening. Sorry I'm cutting you off, but one thing, you know me, I don't mind when we try to inform each other stuff, but one thing I won't stand for is misinformation. So if you don't have the fact of what you are speaking, I suggest you don't speak about it, please.
Because in the UK here, me and my friends, I know a lot of people that own construction companies like me, and most of their people come from Spain and all those. They don't even have any qualification, but they come here and they build house because they know the basic know-how to.
No, in construction, do you need CSCS or you don't? Because I've been in construction.
By law, you do. But
Exactly.
if I'm me, a
So
site
you know
manager is
what I
on
was
site. Listen to
saying?
me, sir. Listen to me. If I'm a site manager and a project manager and I'm on site, you don't need CSCS. If I want to hire you, I can hire you on the spot without anything. Me myself,
Okay.
I've done it before.
Okay, listen to
That
me, master.
that there's
If
a
you want to
different
be
this
a
is a different
lawbreaker,
conversation
if you
altogether.
want to be a
It's
lawbreaker, that's on
not
you.
lawbreaker. You see, that's what you need to understand.
Master,
The ways the law is
you
set.
only scatter conversations. Please, okay, hold your chain of thought. I will give you
No
time. Kid came before you.
problem. But
Please,
please, let's inform our people
hold on.
correctly.
What I'm saying is that you have construction scheme, which they've tightened up. Before, when I came, it was easy. Now, to even do that CSCS, you have to go and even do conventional convocation. People still have a way of maneuvering and getting it anyway. Don't get me wrong. And as you are going up in construction, you do more cards. And those cards have expiry dates. Nigeria will not have any training system for most of our skilled work. Nothing to show. If you call a mechanic, there's nothing to show before he starts working. Same applies to a nurse. Most nurses don't have qualification. Here, they must carry it on them. You can report it, you can report the number. In Nigeria, anybody can come, give you injection because they are wearing white robe and tying one thing like people on their head. So we have so many porosity in our country that is making people to look down on all those jobs. If you have built house in Nigeria, you also find out that there are things, there are labor, there are skilled labors that even Nigerians are not very good at now. There are people from Benin or Benin Republic or all these things are coming to do in Nigeria. All those POP, all these skills. Now, why are Nigerians not doing it? Sometimes those guys are so busy, you have to wait for months to, get them to work for you. Now, aside from all these things that we're talking about, which is still providing service, I'm still talking about innovation. I'm still talking about if a country like Nigeria really wants to project fast, they need to start insourcing. And it's not just a Nigerian problem. There are countries that are probably, they have light, but if their people don't think innovation, they will also be consuming. There are countries that are small European countries, that because they are part of EU, they have steady power. So even if Nigeria have steady light now, if they don't start thinking innovation, what to produce or do you understand what I'm trying to say? Then they will not be able. They will only be thinking business, outsourcing. You have to think about, as a government, say for example now you are Tinubu, any of us here now, you are Tinubu, you think about the Lagos Calabar Railway, for example. All the machineries from there, how many of them are made in Nigeria? The cement may be, because of Dangote, is easily sourced in Nigeria. The railway, the metal elements, all the metal things that will be on that road, where will they be sourced from? Ajokuta is not working. That means you have to be imported. These are the problems. Enugu State is thinking of a 5-star hotel. My brother, once you hear 5-star hotel, just like that, they will borrow that the Prince Harry and Meghan stayed. That hotel, they say, is the most luxurious hotel in Nigeria. Go and check everything in that hotel. I hardly will think they will use anything in Nigeria.
No.
Because to make anything luxury has to be non-Nigerian. Because we don't know how to do craft and make it wow. We don't know how to make things to make it to the highest standard. If you call a carpenter now to do work for you, if they do the work, you look at me, you go, no, say a Nigerian do it. If you call a painter to do work for you, if you look at you go even, do you know, even sometimes UK, they encourage DIY. They want you to do things yourself. This is my table now, this is my table, broke. I managed to fix it myself because I'm trying to learn how to do things. If you call somebody to come and fix this table for you, or my washing machine. I managed to fix that washing machine. If I call, because I'm not paying in, what did they call them again on it? If I should call the company to come and fix it, they will first of all charge you call out. Then charge, okay, I went to Nigeria. My wife traveled to Italy. So when I came back, my wife didn't remember to bring out key for me. I have to go and call people that are called, is it locksmith
Yeah,
or
locksmith.
whatever?
Yeah, locksmith. Yeah.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Those
Yeah.
people charged me money.
Which is a good story and all that, but we are kind of deviating, I'm not
No,
trying to
no,
be
we're not
funny.
deviating. I'm telling you
We
that
are
everything is
deviating.
not
This,
about white collar job. Everything is not about getting being a graduate. Master, before
it
you
will be
talk, we have
nice.
to let Kid talk.
No,
We have
not
to
me.
let
It will
Kid
be
talk.
nice for Kid to speak now. You've been,
Okay,
God
okay.
bless.
Kid, come in.
So for me, a couple of things that I will react to. The first thing is, for those I see comments and reactions, and even Master reacted to what you said about the artisans, comparing Nigeria to whether the UK or the advanced world. I think um, Odera is not suggesting that there are not people who do these things without certification. That is not what he's suggesting. He's trying to say that, generally speaking, there is, it is regulated, right? So you're supposed to get
That's the
some form of
word. But people,
training.
when people hear something, they
Yeah.
just jump. They want people to talk with
So
facts, but then they themselves
yeah,
don't have facts.
yeah. So that's what Odera is saying, that it's regulated, and of course we all know that no matter how regulated a system is, there will be people that can do under the table stuff. That is not, and you can't use,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
exceptions to define a system. So you have to define a system based off of what is generally obtainable. Which in this case, you and I know that these guys, even if it's 6 months, even if it's 1 year, we're not talking about the longevity of the training. There is a form of training, and there's a system for people to get certified. And that is the point that Odera is making. I think he's not out of place. He's very spot on that. So that said, and you cannot expect that if you have a system where artisans are regulated, they get skilled, they get certified. It is understandable for you to have that system rewarding them in a way that is commensurate to what they have been through to get the kind of training that they got, as opposed to a system with lesser sphere where anybody can just jump on anything. So yes, and that explains why when people who are undocumented, I'm trying to be careful here, and I want people to listen. When people are undocumented, whether it's the Mexicans that come in through the border to the US, or the people that come in from the Europe to the UK, you'll find out that the labor rate that they charge is way less than what people that are certified would charge, because for the most part they know that what they are doing is not, they've not gone through the system to come to the system. So it's a win-win for you. Even if you offer them 50% of somebody who's satisfied would have offered them, it's a win-win for the both of you. One, they are getting something that they otherwise are not supposed to get, and you are paying what is less than what you are supposed to pay. Three, they are not going to pay taxes. I'm not saying it is right. No, that's why I first said that. But these are the things that go behind the scene and under the table. I thought I should mention that. Now, come back to what, although I've been listening to you for a while, I'm going to call you out on a couple of things that you said. Number one, I cleaned anytime that we are having conversation and we are suggesting that education is not that important. And what we use to justify this for the most part is when we begin to spotlight and tokenize some people. You guys will be mentioning Elon Musk, you'll be mentioning Mark Zuckerberg, you'll be mentioning these Cocharis guys and everything. How many are they in the entire number? Do you know how many people go into university and go into get education, and all of them, you can have like 200 people of a class in the uni, and of the 200 people in the class in the uni, like conveniently 150 of them would have standard. We have a basic need or a standard of life. So you cannot be using one exceptions of people who have not got education to be dismissing what has been tested and trusted. That is number one. Number two, before the things that are taught in class, whether it's MBA or bachelor's or polytechnic or anything, these are things that have been, these are experiences that have been garnered over the years, and then they've codified it into a curriculum. It is not Odera's experience. It is not. It is not Keith's experience. It is not Master's experience, which could be unique to you. Do you know that you can do some things and they will make your business work? And if you tell me to do the same thing, it may not work. Some things can be very unique to you, and that is, and those things are unique. But the one thing that it is for something to be, for something to be worthy of being codified into a curriculum that you be taught in class, it must have a general applicability where you have applied it to so many people, a wide range of people, different temperaments, different races, and then you can say, oh, you know what, this thing has general applicability and you can apply it across board. I don't know if that makes sense to you. So, and that's the beauty of
Can I
education.
respond and you continue?
You can hold your thoughts.
No,
It's
no.
just the same way
Other the host, don't
yeah,
interject. Let him
yeah,
continue.
just hold your thoughts. So I'm just trying to let you know, and I do not mean to say that apprenticeship is not important. That's not what I'm saying. I do not mean to say that. I'm just saying to you that one person who is
Smoke.
in Alaba, or who is in Pan Road Aba, or who is anywhere that is teaching something, it is teaching something that can make Odera, that can make kid successful. That does not mean that if you apply the same thing across board, it does not mean it will work, because these things are peculiar, or
Yeah.
may be peculiar to you. All right. So now, now speaking about the people that people normally highlight, you mentioned Elon Musk. Any small thing they say Elon Musk is a dropout. Any small thing they say Bill Gates is the one thing that people don't say is that these guys were doing, go and you can go and read them if you want, if you care. These guys were doing, they were only computer, they had access to computer before going to Harvard or before going to MIT, anywhere they have gone to. And they were developing those programs already. They are used to programming language, and they had stuff that they are doing. That by the time they got to school, and by the way, somebody that is, so we talk about those dropouts as
Wait,
if, oh, they drop out because
sorry.
they don't.
And some of them had family wealth, like Elon Musk, you
I'm,
like to reference a
I was
lot.
coming. I
He's
was
a
coming to
child
that.
of apartheid South Africa gain.
Wait now. For somebody to, that's what I'm saying. That for somebody to have access to those computer language, and for them to have access to those things, it means that they were privileged and they had access to those things. So, and for somebody to have gone to Harvard, I mean, you know what that means, right? So, so the dropout that they are is not, oh, because they could not afford something was why they drop out, like somebody in Ibadan or somebody in the Ekiti. No, people, all these motivational speakers will be saying some things. You don't need education, but man, that's crap. So these guys, the only reason they left school, and mostly maybe second year, is that the things they were doing, they got so busy that they thought that they could not combine schooling with that thing. It was not born out of the fact that they thought that, hey, school is useless. No, it was from the angle of, oh, I can no longer compare these, I can no longer combine these things. So all these things, it makes us feel good when we say, oh, Elon Musk, oh, is a dropout, Mark Zuckerberg is a dropout. Baba, that thing is fundamentally flawed in the way we say those things. So for me, education is important. When you see people, when you see somebody who has education and somebody who doesn't, it's not that you don't even need to see all the mess that we see on social media. You know, we everybody now, you now have smartphone in the hands of dull brains. You know, everybody can do anything basically because of smartphone. You can easily copy something, copy a quote and put a quote under your fine picture, and somebody say, oh, say wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. You know, everybody is wise these days because of this because of this thing. So I'm just saying in a nutshell, before I allow you react, before I, and by the way, before I even go that way, if you are saying to me that there's a need for us to address the richness of our curriculum, I would say yes. If there's a need for us to review our curriculum every now and then, I won't come and argue that with you. And it's not, and that is not even a Nigerian problem. There's a reason. Do you know why we have MBAs? There's a reason why we have MBAs, why we have business schools that is different from MSCs, Master of Science. I know it's a common thing now, but the very beginning of MBA, the MBA's courses were brought about in order to find a handshake between the real world and the classroom. I'm not talking about the.
Can I come in now?
Wait, calm down, bro. Me, I don't say what I don't know. I can be boastful about that. So MBA, that's what I'm not talking about the MBAs of today. I'm saying when the MBA was brought about, you will see the CEO of a multinational that you will not see normally. You see you can see the CEO of a company that has failed before. They'll be doing a case study. Listen to what I'm saying. No, they'll bring a case study of a real life company, and you will see the actors of that case study. They will be in class. You know, it's different from you just asking questions. But when you're seeing that, like a company went down in about 10 years ago, and it went down due to A, B, C, D, and then I say, oh, this is the accountant, or this was the CEO of that company when it went down. That is how case studies are addressed originally by MBAs. Which explains why some people will even tell you that the reason they went for MBA is not even because of what is happening in the class, but because of the connection they will make to people that they are sure that they will meet people that the otherwise will not meet in a regular class, right? So I'm saying to you that I agree that our curriculum needs to be revisited every now and then to make sure that it reflects the realities of our time and the best practices as you have it in the industry. You can come in now.
All right. Well said, Kid. I always like the way you lay down your thoughts. Although I have a little challenge with some of the things you said. And I will start with Elon Musk. Yeah. First things first. Yeah. I only got to know that Elon Musk is from South Africa this weekend. Yeah. Now, and that's why it's good to argue, because sometimes you learn a lot from arguing. He's American, but he's from South Africa. But then this guy said that he doesn't allow his children to go to school. Not even MIT, not even anything. He said he home trains his children, and he has about 11 of them. Why am I saying this? You see, if you don't understand the construct of a school system, yeah, which is simply to give everybody a level playing field, teach everybody. You see, most things they will say there is always exception. You can always have a one-fits-all size to every solution or to every problem, right? So if you understand that, you also understand what I'm trying to say. For example, in our education, they told us that the earth is flat. But then when we grow up or come out of school, we realize that the earth is spherical. They told us that somebody discovered the River Niger. We all know that all of that is nonsense. 20 elements, whatever, is out of this thing, is outdated. So I'm only giving you a few examples to say that most times, yeah, teachers don't even know better. You probably know more than your teachers. Those teachers are still teaching other students. So what I'm trying to say is, you made mention of something as very important as internet, right? And there's a reason why Zimbabwe now allows Starlink to come in. And I was asking somebody, Starlink in Nigeria, and they said yes. Now, if Starlink is in Nigeria, which is Elon Musk's way of connecting to the internet through satellite, why don't we have it in every school? And that's one of the things that Peter keep saying he did in schools in Anambra State. Why can't every university have, or am I wrong, is every university in Nigeria have free internet?
Okay, don't bring Peter Obi to this conversation. I'll be talking.
No, I'm asking a different question. I'm saying, all the universities in Nigeria, do we have internet?
Yeah. You're wrong, Odera, for even wanting that to happen, but continue. Let's go.
Okay, that means it's not even there in the first place. So why then do we expect a change? And this is, see, I'm speaking to mindset. I'm not speaking to what is obtainable from school. How school makes you feel like, oh, I'm civilized. Oh, I'm educated. Oh, I have a master's. In the equivalent to somebody who probably has more principle than you. If you just suppose an apprentice, yeah, and an educated person, but then, kid, I understand you don't want to agree to that. And let's say, okay, fair enough. What of skill acquisition? And I'm telling you that even in the UK, a lot of their young kids don't want to go to school because they believe going to school is just go and get government debt. And they don't want to be paying that. So they rather will go and get hands-on knowledge, real-time knowledge. Right? I'm going to school and be drawing things on whiteboards and carrying laptops up and down. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, you see, we need to start evaluating a lot of things as Black people. Now, I'm going to even raise the bar to Black people now. Now, say, for example, anywhere you work, no matter how good you are, you always have a white person over you.
Other,
Do you know why? Because we have a deficiency. Master, you're going to come in next. We have a deficiency of doing things to standard. We have that deficiency because it is in our mindset the way we are trained. We're not trained to be perfect. We're not trained to be there, to be the best, to be the shining bright. So at the end of the day, when you come into a place, now a lot of people are complaining about Nigerian nurses, especially amongst Blacks. When they see you, they will not treat you the way others will treat you. A lot of us are complaining about how others do work. When people have a little bit of power, or look at this care system now that they said, okay, care homes start giving COS. Look at how we rubbished it. Do you know why? Because most Nigerians own care homes. They were now using it as a means of extorting people. When the thing is given to you free, you are going to Nigeria, you're charging somebody 3 million, and then you're not even delivering the COS. I'm only giving few examples for us to understand the logic. Okay. So at the end of the day, we need to understand that unless we look ourselves in the eye and tell ourselves the truth, we keep deceiving ourselves. If you have a job, even in the UK, even in America, will you give it to a Nigerian that is a construction manager? And then what do you get out of it? Will he cut corners? Will he stick to the rules? Will he try to give you the best? Or will he be thinking money? That's why Martin Luther King said, don't do jobs like a Negro. Do it like you are the best in it. And that's why when you finish with your degree, you come into a job, they will prioritize their own people that didn't even go to university over you. Because we have a fundamental issue. And I'm telling you that even the government of Nigeria sometimes want to insource. Sometimes they want to look within us. But then they are not seeing people who are begging to deliver. They are not seeing. If they say to you, okay, do this little bit, most of the times they steal the money. They don't deliver. Do you know that Bill Gates has been in Nigeria for the longest of time trying to improve agriculture? The guy that tried to introduce me to it told me that just hire few people, get the land, show that you're employing and get the money, and then you elope. And that's what people have been doing. How many grants, how many funds have been used for that reason? If you give a Nigerian in Nigeria money to go and do research, what is he going to end up using it to? To go and build a house in the village and buy a car. So we have all these deficiencies, both in our mentality, the way we process things, how we deliver those things. Are you getting it? So this is what I'm speaking to in terms of education, the journey of being educated. When you come out, have you, because I keep saying that is the baseline, yeah? Yes, when you come out as a graduate, what are you to the society? With or without job? Do we even can we even go to agriculture? I went to Portugal and I was asking them, I said, how do you guys build all the, they said the only thing they export is wine. Wine is made from grapes. Grapes is essentially farming. Now, when you are saying how many of them, now, Baba, let me bust you, if you go to China, most of them are producing products for kids because they are trained from school to make things. Their education in China is what I'm talking about. They are not taught what is agriculture. Agriculture is the science of
you don't see,
you are going around in a
you are going around. It is not in the volume of the things you are saying. I've said it that we need to rejig our curriculum. Don't say what I'm saying is calm down. Don't say education is not important.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to improve because hold on. Let me say one thing.
Relax.
I've listened to you. See, but wait, I won't talk for long. What I'm saying to you is that there are two different things. I'm saying to you that education is this China you're talking about. Do you know that some of these things you're saying they are producing is being produced from school? The skill that you're talking about is being got from school. And by the way, they have different kind of school. There are some schools that they are just.
It's not the same thing I just said.
Okay,
it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
This Bill Gates you keep making reference to, yeah. You see, that's why I say at least be current with current affair before you start speaking.
No.
Let me cook. Hold on, listen to my point. No. Listen to my point. I've not started talking. This is just countering you.
Master,
Other,
hold on. I want to
please
allow you
stop
the same time I
misinforming
allowed
our
others.
people first.
Hold on. Master, hold on. I want to allow you the same time I allowed others. Please, I want to get one thought out. Yeah?
Oh,
You
you've
see,
been
when we
speaking.
talk about farming, do you know in the UK, you cannot just come out and be a farmer? Do you know they are regulated? To even
Other, that's a
own
very
a
bad point
farmland.
to get out. You are trying to compare UK and Nigeria again,
Oh,
which is fallacy.
this guy, hold on now. There is somebody that came on this live, my friend from
Yes.
America. He told you that you cannot keep saying, like, let us not look at these people, not because you want to be looking at Afghanistan, people you are better than. You have to think about those you are trying to be like
Odera,
and learn
listen to
from
me,
them.
please. Listen to
So,
me,
so,
please. This
so
Bill Gates
why?
you are
Okay,
referencing.
we
Listen,
have,
no,
hold
Odera,
on.
before
We
I
have
talk,
farmers.
listen.
No, hold on. I'm
Odera,
finishing
let
my
me make a
point.
point
I'm
on Bill
landing. I'm
Gates. No,
already
let me make a
landing.
point on Bill
Smoke,
Gates. This Bill
smoke.
Gates you are
Hold
trying to
on.
misinform our people with, eh? Do you
Smoke,
know,
hold
listen to
on.
me, sir. This Bill Gates, the food he produces, Google it right now. Italian government has banned Bill Gates
I did
products.
not mention Bill Gates and food. I know what you are talking about. I don't support it. I don't support genetic modified food. No, I'm not talking about.
Kid
I'm
auspicious. Is
talking
it not
about.
Odera that said Bill
I
Gates
am
has been
talking
trying to improve
about.
Nigeria's
You are not
agricultural system?
listening. Listen,
You guys
Bill
should
Gates
wait for
have been
somebody to make his
investing
point
in
before you pick
Nigeria.
out from there and start arguing on it. Come on.
He just jumps in the middle. You need to let people land, and that's why you don't. You go to talk. You don't have person land. See, Bill Gates have been funding Africa for the longest of time. Him personally bought so many lands. In fact, I think Bill Gates owns the highest amount of lands in America because he's thinking food, right? The point of genetic modified food was to replace shortage of food in the first place. Now, what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria have a laborant. He's a philanthropist that have been in Nigeria, handing money on his own personal private level. Do you understand? To people who want to go into this business. But people are not going to the business because you and I want to drive Mercedes. We don't want to get our hands dirty. We don't want to go and cultivate. We don't want to go and be weeding. Which young boy can tell you I'm a farmer? Everybody wants to tell you like, oh, I do crypto, I do trading, I own a IT company. People don't understand the import of food. And that's why our people with the high population of labor, how many people are young people in Nigeria which don't have food? It doesn't make sense to me. Do you understand? Even if it is your own father's compound, go and cultivate Gary. Go, because most of us don't even have the strength to do it manually. We don't even build the machines. I'm telling you, in China, they build machines to mechanize these things. If we keep jumping any point, government, any point, government, any point, government in turn will be outsourcing to people who not even their government, their own people manage to have those things. That's the point I'm making. Come in, master.
God bless you. Good point. Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Me, I don't know where to start from because me, I was going to be completely honest. Because Kid Officials joined, I'll have a bit of logical conversation before I break the table completely. Now, this impact versus education versus apprenticeship you're speaking about, it is not a good comparison. Why? Because both of them goes hand in hand. Not everybody has the know-it-all or the skills to be an apprentice. Neither does everybody have the know-it-all or skills to be educated. And in this society we live in, there is apprentice job and there is educated job called white-collar jobs. In this life, you can't just say, oh, because you think apprentice is good, let's eliminate all white-collar job and let everything be apprenticeship. That is a very naive view. It goes hand in hand, you know? So some people have what it takes to be apprenticed, and some people have what it takes to be educated. Let's stop misinforming our people that education is a scam. That is the biggest deception one can tell himself. Then to propagate that topic to other people, that is ludicrous and ridiculous. Nobody in this life, everything we do, even this apprenticeship, in case you don't know, let me educate you, Sir Odera. This apprenticeship that you are campaigning for, Kid Auspicious, I'll ask you a question, please. Do you agree with me that this apprenticeship itself is a form of education?
That's right.
Odera,
I
is
think
Kid Auspicious I'm speaking to? Wait,
you
let me
struggle to
land, let me land.
understand this thing.
Odere, I was going to say what you're trying to say now,
The
but I
guy,
want to let him
your
finish
understanding,
because he is just.
master, Master, listen to me.
Mm.
You mentioned something now when I was talking about Chinese. You said it's a form of education, and I said exactly. When somebody said, see, even Burna Boy sang it and said that they are teaching us rubbish. MI sang it in a song he did with Vector. See, there is a page called Black History. They are the ones that opened my eyes. They said, you cannot expect those that colonize you to teach you. I am not saying education is wrong. I told you, education is if I discover this thing now, I will write it. I will say, this is how I discovered, this is what you're supposed to do. That's what education is. Now, Kilo Christian said he would accept if I call it improving education. I am not making a comparison between apprenticeship and educated people. No. I said, what is the impact? Now, I made reference to Innocent, I made reference to Elon Musk, I made reference to Alain Onyema, I made reference to Dangote, I made reference to all these key big people we have, including Adenuga. They are not coming from the same what do you call it? People that come out from university that think that once I pass my exam, they will dance and rub all those things on their clothes. They will say they are graduates. No, they are thinking out of the box. So if you want to make impact, you have to intentionally train your people to make use of their brain, to think of things that have not been, to bring it to be. Because education is about things that have been verified. Are you getting it? So I am not saying apprenticeship is better than education. No. But I'm telling you that people who are educated, graduates, still depend on apprentice and business that have gone to China to outsource, to come and buy things, gone to farmers that they will not do farming, gone to people that are artisans to depend on basically. Meanwhile, they are looking for white collar job and there is no job in the system. Are you getting the point now?
Okay, I'm kind of getting it. So you're trying to push for us to be more, what's the word, apprenticeship, and push for us to be more making stuff instead of outsourcing it.
So what I'm saying is, let's look for problems to solve. Whether it is education, improve our education to solve problems. Whether it is apprenticeship, carry our young folks, put them where they will solve problems. We have food problem. You can put people in Innocent, you can put people in Alain Onyema company, you can put people in Adenuga company, you can put people in Dangote company. That's how UK does it. They will say, go and do, go into these firms. They give people to Siemens. They give to people to all these big firms. They give big contracts to train people, and they call it skill acquisition. So education is not just university, but our mentality and culture is that once you go to school and you become a graduate, you have bragging rights. Do you understand? Meanwhile, in the grand scheme of things, we ain't solving nothing. We are the biggest consumers. Do you understand?
Okay, but I think me and you have spoken about this, and I've told you our educational system is flawed because right now what they teach in school is what they were teaching our grandparents, which is very bad. There is no updates in this life. You have to update everything, like you say in the like you like to say UK, or anywhere else. Let's go to anywhere in the world, safe. Once you go to school and you qualify, you still have to read and update your skill. You get what I mean? You see books that says 2001 model, 2001 edition. Then you see 3 years later, you see 2003 edition, and you see update and improvement. But that's what we lack in our country. We don't update anything. We don't improve anything. And let's be realistic about this topic as well. The people at mass has seen that as the norm, in which that nobody sees any reason to complain or nobody sees any reason to flag it up, because everybody believes, oh, now waiting, what will happen if I talk? What would be the impact of my speech? We have that mentality that if we complain, nothing will happen. They will tell us, saying a big man or something. Before we even prepare ourselves to complain, we've already made this decision in our head and made this assumption that our complaint won't go anywhere. So by right, we don't complain about it. So people take it as normal. So you can't really fault the government for not updating it. Why? Because the people see it as normal. If you don't complain about nothing, not being rude. Other like you, for example, if I come to your house, I slap you today, come tomorrow, slap you, and you don't put me in my place or anything. Do you think on the third day I'll come and say, oh, it's like I've been slapping you too much. Let me not slap you again. Or don't you think I'll come and slap you again?
Master, can I say something real quick before you continue? I don't think people really have to complain before they can make effect changes. Here, I mean, sorry, in the Western world, you have these bodies that are set up that review all these things every
No,
now and then.
no.
What can
Again, you're interjecting and misinforming. Now, Odera, I don't know if you were in UK then,
you said
but you know
something that
that.
I'm just reacting to
No,
because
no, listen now. I'm going to give you a fact of what I'm saying and how true it is. Now, we had a prime minister called, I think, what was his name? The Blondie. Waiting be name again, Odera. Don't forget his name.
The
The blonde guy.
woman that
No,
came
no,
before
the
this
guy, Boris Johnson. Yeah, but is
okay.
it Boris Johnson? Now, during lockdown, he had party. And nobody and the government didn't say anything. Remember, he just apologized and everybody moved on. But Odera, wasn't it the people that complained that made him have to come out of the position? The government accepted his apology. Everybody was moving on. But the people complained and said, no, he should be held accountable the same way everybody was held accountable because people couldn't see their family. Why is he doing party? The British people were not having none of it. They complained and they rallied in mass. And the government had to redirect themselves. So yes, people need to complain for change. Nobody will
Okay,
sit down and
look at
in
what
this
you
life.
look
Wait,
at.
let me cook. In this life, let's be realistic with ourselves. Nobody will think of improving your life. Everybody, human nature to be selfish. So I'm not even in any power position. Let's be realistic. People need to come to me and say, "Oh, that's why minimum wage has been introduced. Is for private business owners to consider people as well. If not, nobody cares." So
Okay,
let's be realistic. People
let me
do
make
have
the
to
distinction.
complain.
Let me make the distinction. What Mazdi was trying to say to you is that
So you say that down, Joe. Come back to me.
a government doesn't need the people to bring regulations, for example, for farmers or for artisans.
Mhm.
Now, what you are saying is if somebody is corrupt, which we all agree, like my friend Peter that was here before, said that we are not doing enough when he was responding to Jennifer that we are supposed to be protesting, we are accepting everything, we
Exactly.
are taking it in. So
Exactly.
those are two things. Now, when somebody is in power and is not delivering, we can protest yet. But like we said, we know how NSAS went down. We know some people gave their life for Nigeria, bless their souls. But at the same time, who is ready to go and lose their life again? That's the question.
Exactly.
But
Nigerian love life too much.
in Maz's point, he's saying, why can't Nigeria, without us protesting, regulate? Now, this is so one is holding the people accountable. The other one is holding the government accountable. Now, why is the government not holding the people accountable by making things regulated so that you cannot just come out and see somebody that say, I am a builder, he will go and build, and next thing it will collapse and kill people. Are you getting it? Now, the other thing is the people holding the government accountable, which is government is corrupt, then we protest and make sure that government goes out of power. So it's two things. The government have like a different attitude. The people have like a, maybe not their, maybe the people is not rather, maybe it's fear of being killed or shot at. Are you getting it now? So at the end of the day, everybody is relaxed and things are spoiling.
And that's the point I was making. We've taken
Odera,
it as a norm.
I think
You
one of the problems we have, or I don't want to say
know?
just in Nigeria
My point, both of you are
is
interrupting, but when you
enforcement.
guys are talking, I get something.
We have this, trust me, they have these bodies, they have these regulatory bodies, right? But when it comes to enforcement, that's where that's where the onus lies because nobody wants to do that job. If you find yourself in the field, say, okay, say they are doing this project and they send out what do you call it, an inspector or whatever to of a certain regulatory body to go and see what is going on there. Some of them don't even get to the site. They'll end in the hotel, in the hotel room. The job, where they find them, give them one of the best rooms in that hotel, whatever, lodge them, give them everything that they need. At the end of the day, they
God,
will sign. Oh, the job is. I can give you
God
examples.
bless you,
I
sir. No, you
work
don't
when
need
I
to give
when I
example.
when I did some projects.
Sir. You don't need to give example. I was
No, no.
speaking
Let
and
me
I had
let
a
me
train
let me
of thought.
finish. Let me
No,
finish.
no.
Let
When
me.
everybody spoke, I kept quiet. Sir, please, let's respect the reciprocal.
But I'm speaking now.
No, no, no.
Master, hold
I
on.
was
Let me
speaking. I was
finish.
speaking, and you guys interceded me.
Let me
Please,
finish my
when
train
no,
of
no,
before I lose
sir,
my
sir,
train of thought.
please, please. I was giving a train of thought. You guys interceded. I've kept quiet enough. At least let respect be reciprocal. This is part of the
Yeah,
problem we have in Nigeria.
okay, but can you just respect me now? Let me just finish then.
No, I
No,
can't,
we
sir.
can
I've
pass that
respected you enough.
respect.
You guys have interceded, sir. Let respect be reciprocal. Let me say it again. When you were speaking, I kept quiet. Let
I've
respect be
never spoken
reciprocal.
since you came
Sir,
on live. I've never
sir, sir,
spoken.
sir,
But you
please,
can
thank
go.
you. God,
Say what
sir,
you want to
God
say. Okay, I'm
bless you.
listening. Say what you want to
God
say.
bless you. So back to my point, Odera. So this thing, we now see it as the norm. So if nobody complains, there won't be change. That is life. Nigerians have accepted it. Government too, they've accepted their part. So let's not go around and say, oh, the government needs to, the government. What are the people doing to rally the effect of change in government? Because at the end of the day, the people need to do that for the government to change certain things. You don't expect the government to say, oh, Odera is suffering, let's come and take care of him. So how many Oderas are they going to start targeting individually? So back to my point, education is necessary and apprenticeship is necessary. It's just we need to update our system. And nobody is willing to come out and make a stand for it or fight for it. Because prior to even coming out to stand for it, they already believe that nothing will happen. There's not going to be improvement. Noise. So we are very weak. Nigerians, we are weak by default. Everybody likes life. We don't want nobody sees anything worth risking their life for. Everybody wants to be safe.
I feel like everybody's looking for excuse. Any small thing,
But,
government too is looking for excuse. You
but
know,
you can't say any small thing government without doing anything. You just blame the government, blame the government. But what are you as the people trying to do to appropriate this change? You say, oh, the government is corrupt. But meanwhile, you as the people, you're as corrupt as your government officials. You said it yourself. If you give Nigerian contract for job, they will end up in hotel. Is that the government's fault? Is it the
exactly,
government that is telling you to do that? You
exactly.
as
So that's a people's
individuals,
problem.
you are as corrupt as this government you keep making noise about. So you cannot go around and start blaming the government for something you already do. Because if
Is it the government telling you
tomorrow,
not
if
to
they put you in
farm?
that position, not being rude, the up and coming politicians in Nigeria, if they put them in positions of power now, they will do worse than what Tinubu and this set are doing. Because that's the average Nigerian's mindset. Default is corruption.
Okay. Can I speak?
Go
So
ahead.
back to what we were saying before, because other than before this my brothers came out, I think we've already talked about these things, both the vocational college and the universities, how these things can work hand in hand to help the country develop, because everybody, it's not going to be a master's degree holder or PhD holder. There are some people who are blessed with their natural skills, and all they need is that basic knowledge to go through this, which will not do more less of a theory learning, and more of a practical learning, and this that will bring out the best in them. But these things are not obtainable in Nigeria. There is no, I don't know if there's any vocational college in Nigeria anymore. That even the this thing that we have, what they call it, this one that I was at HND was something like that. But
Wait,
because of the
Andy.
it's OND and HND, but because
Mm,
of this
Polytechnic.
the polytechnics, those are the kind of like they are more of a practical, deal with that practical aspect of the whatever it is course they are doing.
Jeff
But
just broke the whole table.
because
Oh,
of this
man.
thing that, oh, if you don't have a BSc, they feel like these people are not, they didn't go to school, they don't have acquired a better, knowledge or something like that. You see people not wanting to even go to polytechnics anymore because at the end of the day, it's, oh, all you have is an OND. What you have. Then in Nigeria, I work with this company, that a surveying company. Then if you look at the HNDs and put them in same place with the BScs in surveying, those HNDs are the ones that are doing the job. They will there and then calculate the angles that you need to turn to do your survey. But the HN, the BSCs would, since you started this live, they are still scrolling through their pages, to know what this thing, how to, cut this. Is this a bearing angle, or is it just how do I transition from this angle to the other angle? But these are the difference. Those guys, they get the job done. But when it comes to paperwork, these guys are also good in their own, aspect. But these things they have to come together to, you know, project whatever it is that we are trying to achieve. At the end of the day, what are we looking for? Even Bible says, "Be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind." I've said it over and over that what Nigeria needs now is it's I call it like it's we need to change our mindset. We need to from people that not this present generation, because every one of us now, we have this iota of, corrupt something in our bloodstream, because we have seen it. That's what we grew up knowing and seeing and doing. So we want to like, okay, this is done this way. They say somebody go and inspect this. The person is, oh, I can't go there because the road is, oh, they didn't give me a vehicle. They end up somewhere and sign the papers. And that's why our roads are not. You look at our roads today, they construct a road before 9 months, 10 months, or before the next rainy season. That road is no more travel anymore. It's not how it's supposed to be. And you look at the budgets that they made. Yes, people have to stand up and say, hey, enough is enough. I said it before when I joined this live, that Nigerians are one of the people in this life that likes life so much that anything that would, that would, if we perceive that it's going to affect our life, like it's going to, it's something, maybe you might be arrested or you might end up losing your life. You will never see a Nigerian in the kind of engage in that kind of a thing, because nobody wants to die. We'd rather, choose to believe that all is going to be well one day. Keep striving, keep struggling, keep struggling. But we can, it's hard for us to take the bull by the horn. Maybe a few of us can do that. So we are going to continue to do this until Nigerians we come together from the north, east, west, and south and say, hey, enough is enough. One geopolitical zone cannot fix Nigeria. If Yoruba start tomorrow say, oh, we want change and start from the end, no. We have to be shouting the same thing from the east, the west also, the south, one voice. And maybe that will, kind of resonate with these guys that, hey, you know what? I think these guys are serious. But if we just be doing this from one end, we're still going to be here in the next 5, 6, 10 years doing the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that submission, right? You see, Nigerians like apportioning blames a lot, right? And you see it from our political class. They come in, they leave the problem, and they start complaining about P2B. They come in, they leave the problem, and they start complaining about the predecessor, the former government. Oh, they stole money. Oh, the mess of 8 years cannot be fixed in 1 year. Oh, you cannot expect me, Peter Tinubu, to do miracle. They will keep coming up with excuses, blames. What I'm saying is, we young people, we youth, we are the ones that are supposed to move this country forward. Can we channel? And again, yes, there is a place that the government is supposed to meet us halfway. And also make it mandatory that before you do mechanic, before you do plumbing, before you do electrician, and also make sure that they have money, because once you put all of those things in place, all of a sudden you throw people out of job. People will not have money again. So how are they going to feed? Do you have welfare facility? Do you have a way to feed them? Do you understand? But at the same time, can we start thinking farming? Can we start thinking, learning how to do things perfectly to the best ability? If you are doing painting, do it to the best ability. If you are doing whatever, do it to the best ability, so that we cannot always rely on, what do you call it, on other people. We cannot always rely on other, even foreign citizens to come and help us do it. That is what I am speaking to. And I believe that it is extremely important that we start from us, so that when we are telling government, come and do this for us, government will now see, okay, out of how many Nigerians we are able to do this, we are able to do that. But if we cannot do all those things, and then you're expecting government to meet you halfway, government will say you're not serious. They have 4 years, they are on time. Do you understand? And meanwhile, when I was doing him, I picked a woman from Nigeria. You can see she's new in the country. She didn't know her bearing. And then I asked her, she said she works for one of the agencies in Nigeria. And guess what? One of those agencies she works for, she was telling us that as soon as Tinubu came, they brought people from Southwest and they were taking their own people and sacking others. And then the next thing, I was asking her, okay, she works for all these people that have to give license to people that want to do things like gambling, right? So if you want to own a company that does gambling or into anything that will take money from people, they are the ones that are supposed to license you. I've forgotten what the ministry is called. So I was asking her, how is it like working in Nigeria? Do you guys wake up in the morning, go there, do your job well and all of that? And she said, well, if it is this one, that one, if a guy like you can, you will see that the culture of working in Nigeria, even you the teachers and know, the culture of working in Nigeria, most of our civil servants are very, very nonchalant. Somebody will be signing for them, they will come up with excuse. We don't hold ourselves to accountability. And then the governor or a senator will come and see all of that and you want him to be serious. When you're not serious, just go to a local government. Just go to a local government office and see the way they behave. You will see what I'm trying to say. So when we talk government, we're talking about civil servants. We're talking about some of us that are working in all these parastatals. How much do we do? What do we do to make sure that the society is working? If they send you to go and inspect, how many of them are actually inspecting? Somebody will build the house, finish, when there's supposed to be somebody from housing that's supposed to come and inspect, but they will not go. Sometimes they will tell you that they don't give them money for fuel. They don't give them money for logistics, which again falls down on government or falls down on the Oga. The Oga will use the money and go to one hotel and waste it on a woman. So we have a problem as a people. And at the same time, our government is also part of us. Do you understand? So now, if we really want to change, we can start changing by ourselves, thinking of how to do all these products. Everybody must not be thinking government money. Everybody must not be thinking white collar job. Everybody must not be thinking graduates, whatever. Think about those menial things. You see, all those things that we look down on, that we look at and say, oh, these are trivia or these things are very small. Those are the things that make people rich abroad. Let me give you an example with the Cubana. What is Cubana doing? Obi Cubana he started as somebody who cook restaurant. Fish. He still grills fish on his Instagram. He was grilling fish when he was there with Padorankin. How many men cook? Nigeria has a this system whereby a man will be sitting at home and expect the woman to cook. But that's what Obi Cubana was doing and using to make his money. His wife is a lawyer. If you don't do those things that people shy away from, you won't make money. Innocent started as a spare parts seller. Spare parts seller. That's how he started.
Good day, everybody. Kid Auspicious, you there? Mr. Odera.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah. I didn't plan to stay long, but I just want to give a little bit of my submission.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, God, is your face and your voice. They don't match you.
ní sùúrù, kid. Ṣé gbogbo pátá ló ń sá sórùn ni ní sùúrù.
African Prince, please. He came from grilling. That's the one we know. If you know him more than I know, I don't care. But I know he's going around building restaurants all over the country.
Kid. Okay. Anyway, in a very, because in as much as we can compare Nigeria to any country, I will always go by how, our system is wired. I will always go by how our system is made up, right? When you have a problem, the solution is even there already. In short, a lot of times the solution is even there even before the problem started. But if you can identify the problem, at this point, I think we are just shying away from the truth. We're just shying away from, because we can blame ourselves as much as we want, which I agree with, but to a minimal extent. We can blame ourselves for say we are ourselves problem, of course, because everything circle around Nigeria. So this is my point. As much as we can blame ourselves, we should. I believe so much in the system that regulates our lives, that determine our income, that determine our well-being, that determine who we really are and who may become without having to depend on any miracle. Baba, inside that Nigeria where they say if they give one man opportunity, make it become this, make it become that. At least I can cite one or two examples of people who want to do the right thing. But was the environment, was the system supportive of their ambition? Was the system supportive of what really they want to do? Of course, no. Inside of Nigeria, there's still poor people where you go where you go even waka, still say money fall for person hand, where they waka for their back, still say money fall for person hand, they go call the person giver. We have in any society we have good people, we have bad people too. So don't let us just look at this angle of say if you give person opportunity, now that's a good. No, we still have people who may not even have 3 square meal a day, but if they see something wrong, they will still talk. Even in remote villages, not even in the cities. A lot of time we should think of these people too. Back in the days too, even though we know say our parents not too old like that, if we bring wetin no belong to our wetin no be our own, wetin they know say they no buy for us, if we bring our come house, they go flog us. We still have that till today. Don't let us downplay that. So now, let me now go to the system. Baba, in any society, there are different institutions. As far as I know, whether it's a capitalist system, a socialist system, any system at all you can describe, eh, and you proceed to, the government. Fella say, when we be picking, Baba Mama be teacher, those are your first teacher in life. Those are the first people who will teach you where to start from. When we did for school, teacher be teacher, then the academic institution. When we did university, lecturer be teacher, that's the academic institution. When we start to work, government be teacher. Who be government teacher? You understand what I mean? So let me pick it from where you picked it from. Family institution. That is where I will not blame individual. All of us. Where we say we grow up for house. Because me, I know see even till now, this 2020, they if you know talk them outrightly, but me, I don't see any parents we go groom picking, we go talk to make it go steal for them to come chop. You understand? But do we have a system in Nigeria that even from birth, it's so sad, Baba, call any 40-year, in short, 50 downward Nigerian currently living in Nigeria and abroad. Ask them one thing. What have they benefited from the system they were born in naturally? Being in a Nigerian alone should be beneficial, whether you never start to work or not. From birth, being a Nigerian alone should be beneficial. So tell me a 50, I'm sure, we might be in our late 30s, 40s, and what have you really benefited from the system at all? The system,
Nothing,
Baba,
nothing.
the system will determine who will become in that country. That is why you have billionaires in Nigeria with no invention. Nothing. They say billionaire, 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 billionaire. That's why you have a 500 million. I made that point earlier. That's why you have a 500 million house in Lekki or anywhere in Nigeria. Baba, common water sprinkler, no day. 500 million naira now is over $400,000. You have a house in Lekki,
Engineer, I know
1
waiting the
billion.
water sprinkler.
You know what I mean? So are all these things not what the system is supposed to be regulating? So they made our system dormant for them to have easy access. So even if we commit the same crime, they will come they blame us. It's a blame or blame not. But my point is, for Nigeria to regulate, for Nigeria to work, Baba, it go first start. It go first start with the system. Because as a 1 year old,
See, Baba,
just give me
let
one
me chip
minute.
in
Just give me
something.
1 minute. I'm gonna go off. 2 minutes actually. When you're born in a system, there should be a provision for you. That's why, okay, what you want do pikin wey be say they carry the bomb person bomb finish, carry go put for person domot or in pick. There has to be a system already in place. Anybody wey see where they homeless for America, anybody wey see say they live all this kind of life for America, the system don't do one or
We lost you. Hi. Oh, he was making such fantastic submissions. Yeah. You see, when I treated the fire issue, are you back? Hello? Hi. Oh. The joy, man. He was making such a fantastic submission. Anyway, okay, let me add you back. You see, 500 million naira house no get sprinkler. When I was treating the fire topic, one of my friends that is a builder kept repeating it, that even a shopping mall got burnt in Lagos. They don't have it. He kept bringing it up. I was bringing it down. I kept saying, no, blah, blah, blah. We don't even have fire extinguisher. You're talking about government don't even have fire truck service. They embezzle money. We be say you supposed to use import, even if na old model fire truck from America or the ones where UK adopted ones bring and come. The place where they put the one where they for Enugu, government come back and say the land they will be demolished. Government want demolish government agency. You see, so yes, we have a very massive problem. Okay, let's just treat that particular case. Who is to be blamed for a house that is worth 500 million naira not to have a sprinkler? First of all, you didn't say make you have sprinkler. Do you have water in that area? So I go drill borehole. Next no, that person drill borehole. All of us go drill borehole, and then you have the sprinkler. No be sumo they use the bring up. If sumo no come day on when the fire catch inko. So that is the problem. How many communities in Nigeria? Like I was saying, when Everest was saying the other day that he came to the country when 18 naira was equal to $1. I said, he was mentioning that there was a time even Lagos had water. I said, even Onitsha had water. I grew up, water used to run in the street. We used to go and shower in the street. As small boys, would be running around. When pipe was passing everywhere in Onitsha. Water works now is a dead and abandoned site. Enugu has managed to resurrect their own. Enugu now is running because there's no way, borehole, you can't get water in Enugu. So that is the problem. Unless you have water supply to homes, you can't be talking about or dreaming about things like a sprinkler. How many facilities do we have in Nigeria that is communal? I did a video that I've not posted. Yesterday was my wife's birthday. We went to a park. I was saying, look at it. We're supposed to have parks in Nigeria. How many parks are in Nigeria? Parks, ordinary parks, just chair and grass, nature, where people can come and sit. Even
There are
our stadiums don't have.
there are parks in Nigeria, Oga.
Okay, give me example. Where is it?
Example. There are parks in Nigeria. Why you will be talking as if Nigeria is
Baba,
nothing?
tell me where
There
it
are
is
parks in
now.
Nigeria. I'm go on Google. Don't be asking me that question.
Share na phone be this, my Google. Where it is? Abuja or Lagos? I dey ask you now.
Oga, don't ask me because that question is even insulting. Why you be saying that there are no parks in Nigeria? Which kind of talk with that one?
Oh, I never use any park for Nigeria. I've been a person private business you dey call park. You don't know say park, they don't make money. You don't make money from parks in Canada. Do you pay to access parks? Kid. We not just talk. Oh, all this is
Baba, there are parks in Nigeria. Stop making
free
it's very
parks
insulting. Okay?
or money paid. Is it money venture? Are you talking about private
No,
parks?
there are parks in Nigeria that you can go to and sit. There are in Nigeria. Stop saying that kind of thing. It's for last year.
We are. I dey look for example. I grew up in Onitsha. I dey go Lagos. I dey go Asaba. Where Mori Okunola Park is free. Hold on.
There be people in the comment section to help you. I will not help you because I feel insulted.
Which one is you feel insulted? They tell you say I never see any park for Nigeria. I say it feel insulted.
I don't know now. If you talk now, you go talk say Obi develop Anambra. That means you have all the places that you have been. You tell me.
I no go talk the one way Obi no do. I no go talk the one way Obi no do. I no go talk am. You understand? So this Muri Okunora Park, you know they pay money. You know they pay money to enter the park. I'm not talking about parks that you make money from. I'm talking about free parks. Parks that you can go and sit down. There are parks in every community in the UK, free.
God, there are many parks in different areas in Lagos, okay?
Okay. People have confirmed, and we accept. There are parks in Nigeria, we accept. That's fine. But then we need to build more of it elsewhere, not just Lagos. Because what parks are supposed to be doing is to give people communal ground where they can sit down and,
No, tell your governors to be parks. That should not be everything, federal government. Tell your governors.
We have park in Enugu. Yes. I know where you're talking about. There is one in Enugu that just came to my mind, opposite government house. But again, you go there, you pay little money for kids are playing.
The day that we are serious about governance, we will start holding our governors to account. The problem with Nigeria is because everybody will be talking about the president. That is the problem. And I'm not, God knows bro, the day we start holding our governors to account, Nigeria will be better. Believe me, this you don't believe in today, but put them for your left hand.
No, I don't spare governors. I don't spare governors. I don't even spare. Look, if you hear me, you hear I talk about local government. I don't even spare civil servants. I don't even spare Nigerians. That's why some people will say government. I know they talk about government. I don't talk. I've done a life on civil servants. I've done a life and said Nigerians are corrupt. That is our problem. Because as you are making rule in the UK, everybody's doing it. I've given an example with things like clubs or things like pubs. If government say, or your license say, don't sell alcohol after 2, even if you like carry 10 million naira and come to that club at 2, they don't go do it. Nigeria, they go sell alcohol reach 7 o'clock in the morning and they go to brag about that. No regulation. If a governor should come to a club, they will break out the rule that day because of somebody that's supposed to be keeping to the rule. Alex Oti convoy was driving, came to a street light and stopped. You tell me, say, if Tinubu they blow, they go, you see street light, you go stop. They go say security reasons, make it the fire, they go. These are the problems. So, yes, there are parks in Lagos, maybe park in Enugu. I can't think of any free park in Onitsha. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't think of any free park in Onitsha. So I'm saying this to say we have a long way to go. I'm going to end the live soon. I just want to add back the joy because he made so much sense. Let's hear him before I round up. Our education needs to be improved. Our curriculum needs to be improved greatly. And a lot of importance supposed to be channeled to skill acquisition, apprenticeship, informal education, even adult education. We need to look into a lot of all these things. We need to look into a lot of all these things because, we have a problem and all of us will come and make it about the government. Oh, it's the government. Oh, it's the government. Yes, it's the government, but what of the people? What of the people? You see people that are supposed to go and work in parastatals, they will stay at home. Somebody will be signing for them. I have a friend. He's in America. America. He said he has written to the government that he has stopped working for them. They are still paying him by force. They are still paying him. He has told them, I've left, I've resigned. They are still, he's in America making money. A pharmacist for that matter. So that is it. Capitalism will not change us, smoke lord. What has PHCN achieved? Since NEPA ended and PHCM came on board, what has PHCM achieved? PHCN has achieved nothing. Capitalism in a very useless system will not work. We as Nigerians must desire to be the best ourselves. I'm adding you now, the joy. I'm adding you. Maybe go out and come back in. I've added you already. Maybe go out and come back in. Do you understand? Capitalism has not helped us. If one person wants to go forward, 15 people want to drag that person backward. That is Nigeria for you. And I'm adding you as well, Peter. I don't know why. Maybe Instagram is not tired of me. I've been on live for hours as well. Are you not getting my request? Let me try again, Lion King. We have a big problem. Look at Congo, the same thing. They would rather be killing themselves than unite and fix their issue. They rather be killing themselves. I know Igbo is enjoying their mineral resources because they don't have sense. Yeah, capitalism is good on individual level, yes. Can you go and invest anywhere? Now, Nigeria, there are Nigerians that have invested in other countries and they're making their money. It's capitalism. You know? But if we must fix Nigeria, Nigerian government should be able to look inward. Then you ask the question, okay, why have they not looked inward and instead of spending so much money on Toyota that doesn't have any plant in Nigeria, like somebody rightly said, why are they not buying from Innocent? There you go. But at least they are helping Airpeace. You know? So even if they don't help Innocent, they're helping Airpeace. They will have to work with Dangote. Oh, your battery died. Oh. So some people are so silly to allow people externally to come and cause war in their country like Congo. You know? So we have a big problem. I don't know, people cannot come and join me again. I think Instagram don't lock up. So I might have to end it here. I've done 3 straight hours. My back is aching me, man. All the massage I got yesterday, now don't waste that. So yes, thank you guys for joining. Like I keep saying, they change, what do you call it? Sean, let me try you. Let me see if it will work. I think the problem is Instagram. Maybe Instagram is tired of me already. So the change you desire starts from you. Neostiki, I'm tired. I'm done. It's already after 9. Maybe another time. The change you desire starts from you. We have to think about we have to start learning things that matter. Learn how to farm. Learn how to be the best in whatever you do. Smoke, I beg. I don't tire. I beg. Since 7 o'clock. Okay, 2 hours, not 3. But you there, sis, you don't join smoke. You want to come life, you know join. Baba, beg. I no fit. If Instagram no gree, I beg. My back they pay me. I want to go last. I'm trying to bring loads of people. It's not working. So I've done 2 hours, Jerry. Yeah, learn how to make the white man work for you. Oh, you've been sending requests? Chai. I'm sending the thing now. It's not even working. I'm sending it. It's not working now. So, guys, that's what it is, you know. While we like pointing and accusing finger on government, let's not use it to be escaping the ones that we're supposed to be doing. Let's learn key things that Nigeria needs, especially we young people. Tinubu has finished his life. He's an elderly man. Now, probably him picking, but they want to fulfill his own life. Now, we now in the game. Now we guys come together, say, okay, we have a food crisis in Nigeria. We have a shortage of this and that. How do we help? Since our government no kukuma get sense, how do we do and show them that we have sense? Even if you're a father, there is a way your children will behave. It will force you to sit up. If that child begin to play ball, you go say, okay, may I go carry and they go academy. That's so like be now. That's all like be. So if we as Nigerians start doing those things, doing it at a point you be recognized. Look at when geometric started and finished since 2014. 10 years later, now he gets the go ahead. But at least he built that thing. So let's think along those lines. You know, what does Nigeria need that you can solve? Hi, God, how can I restart this life? Oh my God. I'm so tired. Oh my God. Kai. Okay, let me do you guys the favor. Okay, on popular demand, I'm just going to stay for just a few more minutes and then we'll call it a night. Some people wants to come live. So let's see how many sends request and yeah, send request. Let's see if it works now. Send request if you want to come up. Send request. Information about American visa. I did America. Hi, Smoke. What's up?
I'm good. What's good?
I accept your request, the joy. What did come to happen? Make I add you from comment section. They preach to us on Sunday. They say, make we tell our friends, say smoking no good. Eh? Now be the message. May I tell you, waiting our pastor talk, say smoking no good. The joy, he said you are not able to join. What's happen? This guy talk well. I'm trying to bring him, but his Instagram no come. You better say that your Instagram. Oh, who join now?
I did here now, na the joy.
Go okay, good. Everybody is there now.
Best practice.
Baba,
Smoke with only go.
my project manager. I don't tire now. Now make me come back. May you do am quick.
Oh yeah.
Kodera, I have
I was in
limited
the gym.
time,
I was in
please.
the gym. I was going
I'm
in
gonna
and
plead
out of the
with
conversation.
everyone to actually, make her quickly yarn. You understand?
Go
So
ahead.
I dey use Fela Kuti because that will remain my mentor till death. You understand? Because we can complain as much as we want from now, but this is somebody who has saw how wrong the system was created, even before most of us were born. He's been talking, So, but at some point, Igbo, all our grandparents and parents that time, they say na Igbo smoker. The same Igbo when person like smoke loud now they rule for
Thank
this.
you.
Nobody
Now,
now winning the smoke
and,
Igbo. You understand?
brother, wait. Just say something. When me too, I they give advice now. Everybody go they laugh me. They talk Igbo smoker.
Nah, so
Just
nah.
leave them.
Yeah, exactly. You understand? Me, I don't feel body shame anybody for Igbo. But anyway, that's by the way. Mo will not to go
But
deep.
the
But
joy, you smoke.
Baba, they smoke Igbo before. When I
Okay.
started smoking weed, right?
The thing
When I
be
started
say,
smoking weed,
this Igbo smoking now with the Nigeria now. Almost everybody with the Instagram they smoke Igbo.
yeah. But the
Manta
thing is,
they
there's
smoke.
nothing, Baba.
Smoke lot they smoke.
There's nothing
Shasha
wrong
they
with.
smoke. Everybody they smoke. And all of una be una learn am from Davido and Whiskey. Now
No, 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 no,
na
no, no, no. You need to,
because they come
Baba.
they smoke online.
Caldera,
We learn
Make
about Fela. Smoking kills. Smoking kills.
make I tell you something, You see,
Smoking no
for
good.
Yankee, for people with the America, people with the Nigeria, you know, say you dey hear the word akata, Baba. Maybe next time I go tell you how the word where the
This
word
one
come
famous,
from.
of course, they smoke.
I,
Pastor.
I go tell you where the word come from and how the word take come. Anything anybody say now about that word, na banco. I discovered how that word was coined out some weeks ago, and I was shocked. And let me just give you a hint. That word came from Fela Kuti. It's not even a derogatory word. People have fought so much about it, but that one a topic for the other day. Make I talk the one way concern us now, Baba. I was using his music as a message then, as an illustration. He say, when we be big king, mama be teacher, mama papa be teacher, which is your first institution, your family. When we start to work after school, government be
Baba, fast
teacher.
forward, we don't hear the lyrics.
Exactly.
You don't
Yes,
talk
now
am
I dey
before.
break them down.
Who
Baba,
be
wait,
teacher?
Nisuru. I
I
dey
go
break them down.
let you know.
Yes, yeah. So who be government teacher? That was not the question. It's it's a culture and tradition. In America, brother, what works in Texas may not work in Ohio because the cultures are different, which means we can have an ideology, same ideology, but where we come from. Because at the end of the day, that's why you see that everybody for Nigeria, every business is where they thrive for Nigeria right now. In short, businesses, 95% of businesses that are thriving in Lagos, Benin, Port Harcourt, Abuja cannot thrive anywhere in the north. Because all those businesses, they no pass hotel business, they no pass alcohol business.
You have
So you can
a
give people the liberty to do whatever they want to do with control. If we don't go to the fundamental rules of Nigeria, Baba, now English will continue to speak. And that's what we've been doing for years. I used to be a fan of make the country divide. You understand? I used to be a fan, at some point. So I'm still a fan of that, but to the large extent. But at this point, we need to go because the problem started from the roots. The problem started is a fundamental problem. We need to go there. We can
fundamental
say this, we can say
problem.
that. It's a fundamental problem. It didn't even start even before Tinubu. You understand? So the bottom line is, when it comes to Nigeria's issue, using the topic that you used, um, um, formal education, university, polytechnic, all these things can contribute to the system. The boy one and be the informal one. Two can work together because even for Yankee, just be weather, just be plumber. You have to do a course, do a training, even if it's 3 months, even if it's 6 months. That's part of the education. Don't me say that training they don't do it for university. They do it for university too. So the two can work together in a system, but when you don't have a regulatory system in place, Baba, we are just speaking English. I, for one, know the work history of somebody like Dora Akunyili. I say it all the time. This woman got so frustrated. She made the first interview she ever did was on MITV. I don't know if MITV still exists. That was where I heard when she said that the first assassination attempt she had, that they blew her gele with gun, and she don't know where it came from, but she's suspecting something because her own brother-in-law, her husband, younger brother, was an importer of fake drugs into Nigeria. But that thing came, she impounded it and burnt it. And she said that was the reason why she never was in good terms with her husband's family. As at then, I'm telling you about early 2000. As at then, the first
I
daughter,
cannot like the woman, Sha, because I know some families she rendered
you understand?
useless.
As at that time, she said something that
I
she said that
cannot like am, Sha, but
she
although
said she said
some people go look and say she did well, but
she said she did well. She was trying to do the right thing.
she useless some families, Sha. I know people that
She
man.
useless her family, but in the case of trying to do the right thing, that's the problem. She's trying to do the right thing. If she go think say nah brother
Baba,
family, she go bypass those things.
today NAFDAC na money matter. If you pay,
It's
they will give you
useless.
number.
Baba, make a bust your brain Early 2000, 2001, 2002, I work for factory. That UAC where they see so, where they do bread. If now that they come, now we they do the right thing. People in now that don't even they enter the factory, they just wear white, walk around. Baba, for Nigeria, there where they talk so I even mark was it Neco after my NG. Was I qualified to do it? No, but was money involved? Yes. That's why anybody wait for work to do for Nigeria today. I know they blame man, Baba. They give us. I don't even forget how much they pay us that time. For you to mark NECO, that's use NECO way they see so to gain admission for university. All you need was the minimum requirement was ND level. Just come and present for the school. Just come and present something that shows you go ND.
No, most of those things are not fake products, but if they don't have that number, they will damage it. So it's not
They are
really,
fake products because
some of those
Baba,
products are products that are imported. They are good. They are good products, but if it doesn't have NAFDAC number, they don't care. They will damage it. So I have a
exactly.
little
But you should.
intervention for Dora Kimili, but go ahead.
Yeah, no. For her, Baba, do you know she went as far as telling us how it gained employment? She said Obasanjo called her 5 a.m. one morning because she read her resume. What happened? All those ghosts, people where they send go UK for like all those militants, all those scholarship. People that sent to UK for scholarship. Yeah, amnesty, all those things. So now those people don't go the scholarship finish, come out, but government see they pay money on top their head. That woman I reviewed the thing. So Obasanjo looked into her profile and what she's done. She was employed directly from Obasanjo. But when she came in, because even when she was doing this interview, she said something. She said, "Well, which money she need?" As at then, I'm telling you, early 2000. As at then, she said, her first daughter, she has 3 kids, 2 girls, 1 boy. I think the boy ain't the middle or the last born, but I know her first daughter, her first became a woman. As at then, that girl is working in World Bank as an engineer. So she doesn't need money. She doesn't need to come and bribe her. As at then, this is somebody who wants to do the right thing, but the system does not permit it. Fast forward. When Yaradua get problem after Obasanjo don't finish, when Yaradua get problem because of the menace, because of the scrutiny,
Bros,
because
you
of
you chop me. You said you go round down up at the time in the almost 40 minutes.
okay, Baba, give it to just give me other 1 or 2 minutes. I'm just trying to rally around to let us know the kind of system that is making it difficult for so many things to happen. Now, fast forward. This one was removed from Minister of Health. I don't know whether not from NAFDAC boss to Minister of Information. What business does she have to do with information? Even operating as Minister of Information, Baba, this woman, when we no see Yaradua for 90 days, this woman went to Saudi Arabia where we supposedly, the way they supposedly Yaradua was, Baba, even from airport, they don't let this woman enter. From airport, they don't let this woman enter. Because Nigeria was putting pressure on, Nigerians were putting pressure on her, saying that as Minister of Information, we're supposed to know where our president. We forget these things easily. As Minister of Information, we're supposed to know where our president is. We don't say our president. We are our president. There was pressure on her. She went on her own. From airport, Baba, they don't let this woman enter inside the country to even see the president. Whereas the so-called president don't even die. You understand? You understand? So what I'm saying is we have a systemic problem. Let's fix the system first. They made the system porous so that even if you be poor man, they commit the same crime. Why be say the same crime when poor man they commit, rich man go commit them, but they go get different justice. You cannot get peace without justice. Never.
This guy is saying I'm African China.
China. Yeah. You cannot get peace without justice. How can you be calling for peace when there's no justice?
Yeah. But if poor man still they go kill him.
At this no issues. You go you understand? So we have a fundamental, but the bottom line is we have a systemic issue. So they made it. Nigeria is a jack. First of all, I believe that 100%. You understand? We have a systemic issue, and until that is fixed, we go fix that problem internally first before we begin the face colonial master. But anyway, let me drop the mic right now because
Okay,
I mean
thank you very
Baba,
much, my
there's so
brother.
much. There's just so
Odera, where is
much.
there? I want Odera to be here. Where is here waiting because
I
now
mean, I just closed my window. Don't need
now
to.
Odera they tackle me every time for DM.
I did here. Go ahead.
No worries. So here's my thing. I'm gonna thank you for the historical lesson, my brother. I'm gonna revert back to the
Thank you for the
no, because the thing with us Nigeria is we sabi history die, we sabi talk die, but the application of the history and the events to our daily life, we lack it. Okay, so let me give you. In order, I don't tell you this before. What is happening to Nigeria is not peculiar to Nigeria. Okay, as a matter of fact, 2 years ago up to maybe last year, Argentina has an inflation of 450%. Okay, and then they elected a nice president that knows what it is doing, and now the country is back on track. And I want to put this disclaimer: when Daddy Freeze they do Clash of the Supporters that year, I tell them, I say, hunger they come that country. People told me to shut up. Okay, thank God I was proven right. If the Nigeria I did now, I go don't open church. They will call me a prophet. But at the cities where you guys know they say. So let's go back to what you're saying now. Apprenticeship and education. We have to look at it this way. Half of the educational system, well, 99% of the education system in Nigeria is flawed. And I'll tell you the reason why it's flawed. First of all, majority of people go to school with the hope of bettering themselves in terms of monetary.
They come back. You know, say
You get what I'm saying?
that they make their clothes or the old back.
You
So
that's the reason why
yeah, no band they
you
work.
hardly see even Obodo you go away with them. My folks
I
told
don't
me
go like
something
I
like,
can say
oh,
that
my
this one
dad is
just one
psychiatrist,
train.
you
I
know
don't
this.
go
So
like
every
two
time
and
I'm telling like,
just
oh, they said Nigerians are educated. My dad is like, how many research has been funded by Oyibo people that you see a Nigerian psychiatrist or doctor, whereas all these Indians, Pakistanis, all other people, they just the rush us, because we like you. Person who wants to study medicine for Nigeria now because he believes when he become doctor, he go make money. Person who want become lawyer because it feels like it's a fast track for him to make money. So there is a saying over here that they say when you go to school, you have to let the school go through you. That's when you develop things like the norms, like, oh, this is the right from the wrong. This is how you develop ideologies and stuff like that. But everything in Nigeria is monitored. Is for monetary gain. So you can't really look into the educational sector from that point. Then when you look into what's it called? I think you mentioned something else about internship, apprenticeship. But the country where gets companies and factories, now then they do what's it called? Apprenticeship. I will give you a story. My father-in-law told me a story once that in the 70s, they used to travel from Europe to Turkey because Turkey was the China of the what's it called, of the world at that time. They were very good in doing fake stuff, like all these fake t-shirt. But he has a shop and he will sell it there, all at a reduced price. Guess what now?
Sean, I bet shout order and name. Order I don't sleep.
No, other I don't
Baba
sleep.
No,
don't tire.
I did.
No,
I don't tire. I don't tire.
Baba don't tire.
Another I hear wisdom in the sleep. If now I say, oh, let the country divide now. Igbo Kwedu, other I
No,
go wake
no.
up.
To say you talk say Obi na thief if I wake up.
Yeah, no talk that one. No, I go fight you.
See, the thing with him is like, even this life they do, I don't understand why other they do am. Because other for my DM, he go tell me say he want the country to break. If Igbo develop Nigeria, if Igbo does not in the seats, Nigeria will never be good. Then you go
It's
concept me
unity
like you go say Nigeria will way
problem. Now
forward.
I've mentioned this. It's unity problem. But anyway, you are making some good points.
So yeah, so
Sure.
here's the point. Here's the thing. So Turkey now they can manufacture their own drones. Like at least security wise, they have their own manufacturing that they are already at a point where they can self sustain. When back then in Nigeria, we go say, this one na Aba made, this one na Oshodi made, na Omo Igbo do this one na Adira Omo Yoruba do this one. We don't support our own thing. So you can only, like, you think, say, Oyibo guy, where any Oyibo people come bringing their resources to Nigeria or Africa, it's just because of the labor and the raw resources, raw material that we have. They are not willing to share the intelligence with us, the knowledge with us. Our leaders don't have the foresight to see how that. I told you this last time, Odera, in BAE, like, at least I've been there for 3 years now. I just used to notice that these Indians that they do PhD, they go come to BAE. UK government, no, they pay them. Now them go be project coordinator, now them they'll do our apprenticeship engineer, whatever. Now they will finish, they will go back to India. Now India is able to send, what's it called, astronauts and build their own missiles now. Can you see the correlation between that? Because a government that is forward thinking, that knows like, okay, we have a plan. If we stick to this plan, it will work. Nigerian government don't have a plan. Nigerian citizens themselves, they don't have a plan. So everybody just, Nigerian are wild west.
Yeah, everybody just everybody just they exist. You understand? So I believe so much, in the people. You understand? But before I go blame person, where power no dey in hand, we no get choice, we no get all those resources with them, I go first blame the system, because the system can be that much. No matter, Baba, villages dey Yankee too. When we say men are us. Now Texas are for say men, a whole community. Texas is almost bigger than the whole of the country.
My brother, sorry, I'm going to interject. I really apologize. I don't like interjecting people. See, waiting you just talk now that you not go blame the people who don't get power. That is a fundamental fallacy we're giving our people. I will give you some.
Well. Let me take that back. Let me take that back. Maybe I don't use the right word. I know where you're headed.
Brother,
let me take that back.
We are exchanging ideologies. Even I might be wrong. But here's the part we need to remember. Okay? Bashir of Sudan, it was a 19-year-old lady that stood her ground that said, oh, enough is, and their country no was past our country. That said, you know what, enough is enough. This man has been ruling us. I want change. And people galvanize to it. Go on a Nigerian life and they tell you how the country is, and you say, oh, why are you guys not talking? The first thing any Nigerian will tell you, say you go come from abroad and come leader. Like, and people will laugh. It's the dumbest talk you can ever hear. Ukraine, where they were here, the Americans and the UK offered their president to fly out of the country. The guy said, I will die with my people. It's when the people in that country started fighting. That was when the people where they abroad, they go back and say, oh, we're going to support our people.
Yeah, well, maybe I used the wrong, terminology there. But what I mean by that is, I so much believe, in the system that's already created. Because at the end of the day, people, I don't think the level of people who give, the ratio of people who give birth in most countries are higher than the people who. It is higher anyway. Birth rate is higher than death rate in any country. Google it. You understand? So what I'm saying essentially is that at some point, like, say you even come inside this world at all, they born you. You're supposed to see something we don't decrease. So me, I always tilt my energy towards the system first than blaming an ordinary person. An ordinary person, rich person where they village, because anytime when they talk Nigeria matter, we don't forget people where they village. Whenever, Baba, the last time we are in Nigeria, now I know same villages Delta State for 20 years. Baba, we never even see electricity. What you want to tell those people? Are you going to tell me they are not Nigerians? They never see electricity for 20 years, which means now that they use. It plenty where for Nigeria. So when we're talking about Nigeria issue, don't let us streamline it because maybe we were born in Lagos, we were born in cities, or we were born in those places. Those are Nigerians too.
Well,
Okay.
So I can.
Thank you. We have to give. Remember, I told you guys I'm not staying for long.
So
Please, I beg you.
Sleep. No, I don't sleep.
Yes, we need to give Smoke some time. Smoke, come in.
Smoke with him. Yeah, sorrow we. Smoke.
Yes, I greet everyone. I mean,
My own contribution, as I've always told you before, and I'll still say it again, right? Like everything starts
Capitalism.
from the government. You understand? The
Okay.
government is the law, right? And if there is no law put in place to govern the citizens of the country, right? Why do
That's
you
why we go do
expect the
porous.
best from the
Yeah.
citizens of the country? It's not
You can't,
possible.
it's not
Like look
smoke, you're
at
already
the
there.
look at the whole look at if you look at all the countries that are doing well, right? It is law that backs all these things. Do you get?
It's the
When you
law. Nothing
compare
more.
UK, when you compare UK, when you compare US, right? And you say, oh, all those people, they are all innovative and all. I will tell you, they are innovative again because they know if they fail, the government is there to rise them back up. You were here when Everett was saying he cannot invest in a business that will give him 10% loss. So in our country, the people that do the businesses are the people that can actually fund it. And so because they fund it, they can control the business anyhow. And that is why when they control it anyhow, you know, it leads to however they want, however they feel like. But at the end of the day, the government in question has to be the one to set the law first. Then the people will follow. In America, in UK, in Canada, when there is no work, they give unemployment. We don't have that in Nigeria. There are some people that you will hear them, they went on unemployment. You hear some people in America, they will say they quit their job to start a business. They move somewhere to start a business. That is because they know the countries have their back. Now let's even go to small businesses. Small businesses too. You heard during Corona, the government was giving small businesses loan so that they don't
No.
sack the people,
Shut down.
so that they don't sack the restaurant people, the bar people. We don't have that in Nigeria. So without all those type of things, you can't expect people to just come out of the blues and say, yes, I want to do
Do
a
this or
business.
that.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. But even if you carry gray hair, go buy cigar, they go see ask you your ID. But inside that Nigeria today, with the same 10 year make you go buy it, go come.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, guys. We cannot finish the talk today. But one thing I want to
Smoke.
say is, one thing I want to say before Sean will say, or maybe I'll give you guys like 1 second to round up. I don't tire.
Okay.
You say, now because we never did position of power. If all of us now enter government now say all of you collect minister each. And that time you're gonna say everything stops at your table. You go say you can't fall back to your team. And at your team now, like you said, Obasanjo was looking at some people's CV and calling them. You don't get some people where even Tinubu invite, where refuse to come. The other time, you gonna say some people say no even want to come work for government. Some people will give you so many excuses. So at the same time, you go ask your military, what do you need to secure the people so that people that want to farm will farm? They will say, give us money. You give them money. Waiting they stop, still they stop. You understand? So I'm talking from the incapacity of government in a way that you give parastatals money, you give governors money, yet waiting they solve, they solve. You're expecting like, okay, this ministry is supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Look at the power ministry, for example, the power minister, he could talk rubbish. You understand? He don't say, okay, all the ministers come and speak, tell the people what you've achieved. They could talk rubbish.
Other,
Go and
let
see
me
Brother,
tell you
the
something.
brother,
no,
Other,
no,
let
I'm
me tell you
coming.
something.
No, I've not landed. So what I'm trying to say is that we as a people, is a handshake. The government, yes, are not doing the right thing, but the people as well are not coming up. You see, it got to a point, like government have to start recognizing people like, okay, even just ordinary marriage, stay P Square, go Abia State, go marry this in second wife, I be this in new wife, governor Steph give him, audience because of the kind of person he is. If you keep doing something privately, you will get to a point whereby you will be noticed regardless. Look at Deborah. Deborah was built by a young man. Do you understand? But today, when the guy want to open the hotel, he invited all and sundry, all the high powerful people. Do you understand? So what I'm trying to say in essence is that it is still Nigerians that will develop Nigeria. It is still Nigerians
Right.
that will do something, regardless. Eh? If I ask any of us now with our education, maybe we go milk cow. We know sabi milk cow. But when I was a kid now, they don't follow cattle, we feed you, use one stick, they control our 50 cow. If feed milk cow, raw milk. So at the end of the day, there are some skills that can only be gotten from training, that you can only get from getting your hands dirty. Do you understand? The problem is that the educated people don't know anything, but they carry certificates. The people who know something, not they educated. If you carry money now, go give some kind people for Nigeria, they go turn Nigeria around very quick. The people who need the funds are not getting it. The people who have the skills, who sabi farm, the farmers, the artisans, the people who need the money, they don't get the loan. We don't have microfinance banks. We don't have any means of empowerment. If governor want empower, he will go buy rice and tomato share to women, and the market women.
You say we are not smart. I want to ask you one question. Why is it that Nigerians abroad are breaking records, but Nigerians in Nigeria are not breaking records?
We are not breaking. We are not
Even
breaking.
the records
Baba,
you are breaking are service
smoke,
level.
No, I
smoke.
just asked a simple question with education.
Yeah,
Just
but
with education.
something goes hand in hand. I agree we are smart, but I would never agree that we are intelligent.
Bro,
Never.
wait,
Baba,
wait.
Nisuru, wait. See, Baba,
I knew you said I want talk before. They don't hijack my
it
The
takes,
joy.
Baba, it takes
This is
bread.
oppression
Baba,
of
it
Yoruba
takes
boy.
bread. Baba, you will never see a bread. You never see you never see anywhere in the world called just a bread a burger. Baba, it takes a meat and bread to be called a burger. Whether it's chicken, whether it's fish. So
When we say we are all illiterate, remember I started my topic. I know most of you didn't join when I started. I started by saying that what Odumeje said is true. All of us are
Baba, we are
illiterate.
smart. But there's difference between those two. You see, that's where Odumeje talk. Odumeje, I will regard is, I would rather regard
I
Odumeje as
will say this.
intelligent, but not smart.
I will say this. Your surrounding affect who you are.
Of
No,
course,
no, no, no,
Your
no.
that one
We
is
are not
predominant.
surrounding
trained to
affect
talk.
who you are.
See, let me
That
say,
one is
guys,
predominant.
hold on.
Okay.
When everybody is talking,
Wait,
nobody is talking.
wait.
When we need to give Sean time. Hold
Tell
on,
me,
Let me
tell
just
hold
me
keep
on.
any
quiet for now.
breakthrough.
This is
Tell me,
not talk
tell
about.
me any breakthrough. Tell me any breakthrough that a white man has gotten in Nigeria. I'm waiting. Tell me any breakthrough that an European has come to Nigeria to do in Nigeria to benefit the whole world. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Everything that we use,
Plenty
everything we
now.
currently use
Plenty
No.
smoke. Now
I'm
they talk
waiting.
this one.
No,
are
Now they talk
imported.
give
this
me
one.
a breakthrough in
Modernization
that
don't be number
Nigeria
one.
But
by
wait
other
your life
people
now.
and not Nigerians.
No,
But
Give me a
that's what I'm
Baba,
saying.
breakthrough. If people
Everything,
want to
guys.
give me
When
a
everybody
speech
is
for the
talking, nobody
government.
is
But wait
talking.
your life now. I can't even get a word in.
Please, when everybody is talking, nobody is talking.
I
Please,
beg
okay,
you,
let's
I
have
mean,
some
police
take
people.
guy.
control. I don't want to argue because,
No,
Hold on, hold
because you
on.
I
said I
prefer
want
to
to.
listen
Hold
more than
on.
even to talk.
Okay, everybody mute, I beg. People that are hearing us, they can't understand anything. First
Okay.
of all, Smoke asked a question. He said, tell him anything that Oyibo is doing that the whole world is benefiting from. And I started saying that almost
In
everything we
Nigeria,
use are foreign based.
He said
in
Yes, in
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Everything we're using in Nigeria, even if you want to set up the stage for music festival, anything, baba, anything we do, almost all the products are foreign based. That's number one. Number two, people that have been constructing roads have been issue. RCC and Julius Berger, they don't take the system back. The road, the bridge, Third Mainland Bridge, every Nollywood movie will go take that bridge picture to show that they are not talking about city. No be us build that. Na colonial masters build that. Our railway system where we just upgrade. Now railway system where colonial masters build. So when you come to talk about these things, I'm saying our education is flawed. Like Sean said, 99% is because we are not trained to solve our problem. We are
Yeah.
trained to go and solve the problem, not just go and be providing service. All our lawyers, imagine a son in Nigeria coming to say that, not one, not two, many of them coming to say that our constitution, that they are supposed to be experts in rubbish. I used to call our constitution tissue paper. Our constitution cannot even solve our problem. Our constitution cannot guarantee anything. Our constitution cannot make. You know that at the end of all the parties that were putting APC in the last election, do you know what the Supreme Court judge said? Both about the state's confusion and everything, was that INEC has the whole right. That is what the electoral law said, to choose whatever they want to do. That means Yakubu can decide for the whole Nigeria. So you come to Nigeria, you see that we okay, somebody, I think it was the Joy that was talking about autonomy of states in America. We copied the American system. We didn't copy it fully. We mixed it with UK. In the UK, anybody can, if you mess up, even our prime minister, if you mess up, you collect. If you do as simple as driving crime, you collect point. Who they give you the point? Now one person will know the end 1/4 of what you are earning. That is a system. In Nigeria, everybody be Oga. So when you talk about Nigeria, you see that we have a people's problem, we have a government problem, we have a policy problem. But what we're trying to say as well is, let us start thinking of educating our minds. Young people, yes, until such time when God will remember us, put person like P2B for there, or Alex Oti for there. At the same time, make we they work. Do you know that when Alex Oti got 24-hour power supply in Abia, one tire company called Maxi Tire, whatever, came there. Okay, why can't a Nigerian company that makes tire is made from rubber? If you gather all the plastic waste within Nigeria, or find a system of gathering all the plastic waste in Nigeria and use it to make raw material, you can produce rubber and produce tire, for example. Do you understand? So these are what I'm trying to say in
Mr.
essence.
Moderator, round up. I beg you. You got me. I don't
talk.
Angela,
This one, see, may I talk this in 5 minutes, everybody, please. Just
how
round up.
many minutes?
5 minutes ago. 5 minutes, everybody.
Let me go
Okay,
first, because all of you don't
let me
argue.
start.
No, you can't start, my brother, because you were talking before, and I keep
Oh yeah,
quiet.
no,
I
no,
don't
5
anything.
minutes, 5
No,
minutes, everybody. I
It's
don't
not
mind. I
1
wait.
minute. No, bro. I beg. Let's, because you and the other brother was talking. I just kept quiet, and I me told the other.
And
Okay,
now you
yes.
say 5 minutes, everybody. Now I know the
So
follow
let me
quarrel.
start, because once I
Yeah,
finish
I
now,
don't
I will
mind.
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the thing, okay? I will start with the bad news and the good news. The bad news is that Nigeria would never be great, at least not in our own generation. Because in order for that country to move forward, there will be a bloodshed, which Nigerians are not ready to. Okay? It will take a revolution, it will take a lot of bloodshed in order for things to change. So when we're looking at the Chinese, that all of you are like saying, no, China is competing with America. 1 million Chinese students died at Red Square because they were tired of the communists. That's what made Chinese government change their policy and make communists with capitalism. You can go and read about that. So here is the other news that I wanted to share. You guys said a couple of things earlier on that is false. Like my brother where they he said we still have to pay blame the government. See, whether we like it or not, the people where they rule us, whether na Igbo, whether na Hausa, whether na Yoruba, whether na from Bendel, me I don't give a F. They are all Nigerians, okay, and they are part of the people within us. Because Jordan Peterson said something,
Alpha.
okay. He said in a corrupt.
Mo rí pé o ti ń pè mí lórí fóònù kejì yẹn. Mo wà I dey
Baba,
one place now.
I beg you to
Just give
you
me
there
like 10
for
minutes
please.
max. I will call you back, eh?
He said, Jordan Peterson said, in a failed society, the most corrupt. So it means all of you are corrupt. So he said the most corrupt is always and usually the leader. So it means every Nigerian, because this Nigerian guy will go to Buka, will go chop a bar or chop fish and throw away the bone on the floor and then set up ring lights and say the road are so disgusting. He's still a Nigerian. The one where no they wear seatbelts, where they argue say in the drive since he was 10 years old, that how dare you tell me to wear seatbelt? He's still a Nigerian. So we are all corrupt in our own nature and nurture. We have to admit that. Okay? And here's the other thing my other brother Smoke said that I want to correct as well. We're talking about, the Americans' innovations and whatnot. You see, government is actually very simple when you put the right people in it. Odara, do you know it was when I went to America that I know say the Mercedes where we they buy for 50k, 60k here in Europe because Germany now our neighboring country. If you go to America, those cars are flipping expensive. They pay ridiculous tax. It's actually
Mm-hmm.
cheaper to buy a F-35 Ford,
In
in
Europe.
America to buy a Mercedes in America. Am I lying to you guys who live in America?
No, never.
Do you know the reason why American government do that? It's not like American government hates Europe because they want to promote their own car.
Mm.
Okay? In time, when you're talking of electric cars now, China is leading the world. Like, you know the job I do, or this is not me. Go and, if you know anybody, ask anybody. China leading the world. But Chinese cars are banned in Europe and in America. You know the reason why? Because they don't want them to come and swallow their own market.
Correct.
In Nigeria, we don't do that. We have affinity for Igbo stuff. Your glasses where they your eyes now, innocent fit wear the same one, but the one where they wear because it's coming from abroad and it's used, it go get more value past the brand new one where innocent they do. So we like our problem is very, 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 very fast. That's why I said in order because for anything to happen, it has to be the people that will say, okay, we don't live this way, we don't say this way, good for us anymore. We want to revolt. And that revolution, if there will be a bloodshed, which now no Nigerian is ready for. That's just the truth.
Okay, Mr. Shaw, you don't finish?
I don't finish, yeah, 5
Okay,
minutes.
make I
Me,
take
I don't time
the
myself. 5
mark
minutes, don't
real
finish.
quick. So the first 1 minute of your statement, I was kind of like confused, but I think you and I, the most part, share the same ideology. That's why I will pick little or no interest in anything that has to do with Nigeria. My 5 minutes don't start to Mr. Odera, you dey time me, Abi. Yeah, so that's why I will pick little or no interest, in anything that has to do with Nigeria that's not coined to revolution. Because I know Nigeria is already a captured state. You understand? Nigeria is already a captured state. No country in the world, brother, president don't go come back before, come be president again. Not in this century. It automatically tells us that there's no competent person at that moment. We make person rule for 20 years ago, we go make a comeback. 30 years ago, we go make a comeback. It's not done, bro. It renders the current generation so useless. So I've seen these things. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm approaching 40. So I know what it means to have a system, especially when I've seen the both sides. Baba, the first thing, Baba, even if not Ghana you travel to, even if not South you travel to, because I've lived in these cities before, the first way you go to see an opportunity before you begin to cost Nigeria. It's not magic. Anywhere you want to compare Nigeria to, people live there. Have you ever wondered why and how they live there? So Nigeria's already captured state. I want to tackle Nigeria internal problem first because I even failed colonial master. Because that Nigeria problem start from. Baba, I went into Nigerian constitution before I know that even to consume to embezzle money self no be crime for Nigeria, Baba. To steal money for Nigeria no be crime. Quote me anywhere. This is my handle. Tell me, Baba. They put inside that book. If you see what's in there, Baba, Obasanjo's second tenure. A certain senator, I can't remember his name, but I can Google. A certain senator from the southeast, but not be Yoruba person, not be north, proposed that every Nigerian student should have access to the Nigerian constitution. It don't be like handbook now. Everybody should have access to it. Baba, that book, in short, where they deliberate the thing. Now one guy where they always speak, not be a buyer. He got one guy where they always, I think he's from Jos. That guy's from Jos. He don't speak BB grammar too. Baba, that's you not even see the limelight of that day. They throw away that proposal. Because that is where the secret, Baba, the constitution of any Christian, people who they practice religion, the constitution of any Christian is the Bible. That's why you cannot convince any Christian, anybody with a practice religion now, anything outside the Bible. The constitution of any Muslim is the Quran. The constitution of any, 1 minute, right? The constitution of any country is the constitution. I mean, the Bible of any country is the constitution. Have we looked into that thing? Have you looked into why our government go make policies? We not go even know why. China give us 30 billion. China come build a bridge. What are we giving in exchange? Are we looking into those things? Even if my time never even reach 1 minute, wait till I want to talk past 1 minute. Make I just use my time. But my point is, generally, without the revolution, that death, when Nigerians they fear, we they die every day for all Nigerian roads, from police, from everywhere. So that one, if they think that one, by the way, we are afraid to die, but we die every day. So without a revolution, Nigeria cannot work. Every way they because people way older for
People
because
care too
people
much. They
way
fight
older for where we did, Baba, Sean. People way older for where we did. They not ready release them because it go backfire on them. So it's we against them. I use my time. I use my
Thank you
time and
so
finish.
much. Smoke, please, 5 minutes. We're running off.
Yeah, so just to round off, me, I will always speak from a capitalist point, and people can say I'm biased, but
The
all I
money
will say
man.
is this: when I look at China, when I look at US, when I look at UK, and when I look at all these European countries, and I look at all these big companies trying to move in there to expand their business, all I see is the country saying, if you are going to come into our country, you have to do so, so, and so.
And
In
that's why
Nigeria, when they come to do all those stuffs, our leaders just take bribes. Why do our leaders take bribes? Because they are confident that there is no law that will come and catch them. In China, if you do corruption, they will kill you. In Yankee, if you talk rubbish on air, once the people are talking of social media, you are already scared that, hey, as I don't talk rubbish, I'm going to lose. Even that, your people are already, before you even, they have pushed you out. Because guess what? The law is there. They know that once the people vote, if we follow. In Nigeria, our people are confident that they can manipulate whatever we even want.
just to buttress your point, my brother, I'm really sorry. Oh. No be for Nigeria that one governor used 1 million to build palm oil for palm tree for roundabouts, and the next day they talk about who's better, whiskey or Davido.
Smoke,
That country is gone, man.
smoke.
That
Sean and I they borrow your time, eh? Inside
Now,
America,
you sure?
wait, smoke. You know what's in there now? Inside America, America don't even see 80% of food they chop for America. America don't even they produce them. Baba na Mexico.
Okay. Thank you so much,
How
everybody.
did I
It's good
wait?
to have you
See, they
on.
use smoke 5 minutes. Wait. Smoke will educate the
Smoke.
people.
Smoke, you dey allow them to use your 5 minutes.
America don't even a farm, Baba. Food where America they
Wait,
chop.
wait,
Food
wait,
where
don't
America
get
they
me
chop.
started.
80% of farm.
Wait,
Wait,
Now from
make the smoke
Mexico.
finish in time. Wait, you don't talk your own.
Now
so,
he borrows
wait
he
now,
borrows in
wait,
this of his
wait,
time.
wait,
We need to
wait,
educate
wait,
these people.
wait.
The only place where
I'm
So
gonna
at
move
the
you
end
on.
of
Wait, make it
oh yeah,
talk. Make it wait.
smoke
so,
talk now your
so
time.
at the end of the day, Odera, right?
Yeah.
That is why, like, sometimes when you go, for the people, right? You are right in that sense, right? But at the end of the day, when you go for people, what's the probability that 100% of people will follow the law that they know that they can break? Do you get? So there's still
Yeah.
no point in blaming the people, because then the people are the ones that are the law. I can choose to uphold the law. My other person can choose to break the law. Do you get? Some people now, they are killing other people. There is no law to back all those stuff. In America, a child should die in a school, they close the school. Law. So it still boils down to the government. The government has to make the law, and the law has to be acted upon. When the law is acted upon, then the people will correct automatically. But if
You
the
know why
government
from
should still shy on the law and say law work for this person, law work for that person, then the government is just, the
Smoke,
country is just a
smoke.
circus.
As you dey smoke
I
like
end.
this, you know get how you want to preach for your pikin, say smoke no good. You know get how. You understand? Because you have to take the lead. You feel the smoke. I don't say smoke no good. I see the smoke till tomorrow. But you know, guy want to preach my pikin say smoke no good. I go need to tell him the good side, the bad side, and make a choice.
Smoke where they smoke in mama na pastor. Why no become pastor? Why
Baba,
you
you know how
carry
many
Igbo?
pastor, you know how many
Baba, leave
pastor
that
pikin be on
thing.
no show.
See,
You know how many
okay,
pastor pikin on no show.
hold on. Make I round up. Thank you for all joining. I really appreciate. It's good.
Thank you.
It's good to have a rubbing of minds. But I want to end with this.
Yeah.
As we are waiting for a Messiah to come as a political leader, I want us to start. They say the change you wish for starts with you. And I'm going to use these t-shirts now, for example. We get club in Nigeria. Why we know the support that?
No use Arsenal. No use
If
Arsenal.
I ask
Use
you
Man
the support,
City.
Arsenal,
No
Man
use Man.
U,
No use
Chelsea.
Arsenal. I go use Arsenal. Now go league twice now. No use Arsenal. No, they make good
But I talk
example.
and
What
they
get am?
talk. You don't finish your 5 minutes. I go down, go
Pro,
down, go down, go
I
down.
go. Now pro where I get. I go. They use Arsenal make example.
Wait,
Which
I
kind
wait,
they
wait,
life
give
be
wait.
that?
No, no,
example,
no,
the
no.
legit
No,
example.
Use
it's a
Arsenal.
good
Use Man
example.
City.
It's a
Use
good
Man
It's
City.
a
example.
Use
And
Man
I can
City.
good
counter it.
example.
I can counter it by this, right? The government is supposed to push our sports. For instance,
Thank
let's look at American
you.
football. Who
Government is
watches
supposed to
American
push.
football?
Might give you another one. Might give you
Yeah.
another one. If Sheikh Tinubu walking into a club, do you think Nigerians will want to be a good friend of his, or do you think they will just shun and look down on him? Same goes with all your governors. All these people, when they're walking into events, everybody will start clapping for them, bowing for them, Your Excellency. Why don't they call person will be criminal, Your Excellency? The same thing African China sang. When small person thief bread, they go turn am, ole, they go stone and kill am. When you see the real culprit where EFCC say is still, what is not happen to Yaya Bello? So at the end of the day,
Still the
let us
government.
look inward.
Still the government.
Let
Who go
us
catch
look
Yaya Bello?
inward.
Now the people.
What I'm trying to say is, make we look inward. Say we get problem. We dey support Arsenal, they support Man U. What happened to Enyimba? What happened to Kano Pillars? What happened to Lagos? Lagos not get a club. We need supporters, people to go and watch them. We live and they support Oyibo
Odera,
Man Club. Let me even
Odera,
argue that I'm in
Odera,
the UK.
Odera. If to say then they pay Oyemba players, if to say then they pay them well, bro, they will have supporters. Bro, they will
Baba,
have supporters. This thing that
this
you're
is
saying,
the
this thing that
longest
you're saying,
this is the
eh?
longest excuse. Let me tell you, every country has to use their currency. You can't be paying somebody equal to what they could earn when they're abroad.
No, I'm saying
I
even in
don't
Naira.
wear any emergency because I know they see any watch. Let me help you make your own point smoke. They suppose they show Enyimba for NTA. They suppose they show these local channels for TV, make people they watch her. But instead, people go they pay money to go and watch something where they show for UK. That is the problem. So, guys, please let's not exonerate by blaming the government. Let us not exonerate ourselves. We are also part of the problem. And let us look into education that will help our place. Nobody will fix Nigeria for you. Anybody that is coming into Nigeria is coming as a capitalist to make profit. So if we are coming here and talking down government, that's on one hand, but also the people are to be blamed. What of the civil servants? How do we react when we see politicians that are corrupt? Somebody have said, I think it was Smoke that said, in China they get spied. Yes, that's true. So why are we not doing it? They want to
Odera,
go and buy people that
business, what business do people create that the main aim is not to make profit?
no, that's what I'm saying now. Are you thinking that farmers are not making money?
No, now
The one you are importing, are you not making money from it?
when you say capitalists are coming to make money, what do you expect?
No,
Are
that's
they,
what I'm saying. So I'm saying that Nigerians are doing business. Of course, there's G-Wagon everywhere in Nigeria. People have money there. But what exactly are they doing? That's what we are saying. You can afford the 500. Okay, you see a house that is worth 500 million. You look at the person that bought the house. He's a young guy. What is he doing? Nobody questions you. Can you try that in the UK? If you get illegal money in the UK, you can't buy a house. Go and ask all the G boys, all the street boys. They don't own house. Because when you want to buy a house, they go do due diligence. Make sure that they say as the money they come in every month. Your source of income is a prerequisite. So in
Is
Nigeria,
that the
who
people or the
checkmates to see
government?
the housing?
Is that the people or the government? Is that the
Thank
people or the government?
you. It is the people and the policy. Because why you go into crime in the first place? Number two, why government no put policy to checkmate it? Smoke, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, thank you everybody that joined me live today. I'm going to try and follow the Joy. He's a sound guy. I like his Fela Kuti explanation. Support the Nigerian club. I go support Enugu Rangers because I'm from Enugu, even though I don't see their game watch. Why can't Nigeria show Nigerian games? Why can't any TV station be showing Nigerian games? Why our multinationals not supporting our local league? Or this has the problems. We have many things to blame ourselves. Why are you not using your Saturday to go into a stadium and watch a local game and cheer them on? When they score goal, we clap for them. But when they do and for Igbo, we are part of the problem. Thank you guys for coming on. I appreciate you. Until next time, please follow me on subscribe to my channel on YouTube. Just go to my profile. You can click it and go to my YouTube and subscribe. Follow me, like, share, comment, and send it to our politicians. I keep saying, my life, the solutions we bring on this channel is mainly for those political people, the political elite, so they will know what to do. Thank you guys, and until next time, bye-bye. Good night.